All right, I think all our streams are live. So, hello, everybody. I am so delighted and excited to welcome you back to day 4 of Regenera Rising. Today, we have an incredible day full of so many superstars in my heart of creators of regenerative futures from all over the world. And this is a very, very important time when we come together in Regenera floating city that is the heart of the Regenaissance. We are in this important moment that we are working together to comprehensively transform the way in which we think and we live in society, redefining our relationships with each other and the planet. I am going to bring up your amazing MC for today, Suparna Chibber, to welcome you into the city. Thank you so much for joining us in Regenera. Thank you, Suparna. Welcome.
Thank you, Roxy. Hi, everybody. We're so glad you're here. For those of you that don't know, I'm Suparna Chibber. I'm a part of the Design Science Studio Cohort 3. And as Roxy mentioned, the DSS's goal is to inspire an entire generation of creators. And we believe what happens in the next decade is really going to change the course of our species. So today kicks off our day 4 for Regenera Rising. It's our final day for the online portion. And tomorrow we kick off the in-person event at the Gray Area in San Francisco that goes on for another 3 days through Thursday. Some of the speakers from today will also be speaking there in person, so please do tune in. Our theme for the day today is Revolutionary Shift. So over the last few days, we've woven a really rich tapestry of topics. We've talked about how we change the story to change the world. We've talked about radical imagination, how we tend to the story seeds. And today's schedule builds on that. It's very exciting, and we have many DSS visionaries and our original Imagineers for this space. It's also very packed, so we'll keep on time and we'll keep moving. So first up, we have Tony Cho. Tony, I'm going to spotlight you. There you are. So welcome to the space, Tony. Lovely to meet you.
Lovely to meet you.
So those of you that don't know Tony, and here's a little bit about him. Tony is an ecosystems thinker and a leader in the regenerative placemaking movement. Tony is pushing the boundaries of real estate development and venture capital and has pioneered a lot of impactful projects, including the Phoenix Arts and Innovation District. Tony is also founding and funding partner for DSS and made the DSS Regenaissance in Miami possible. Tony's talk today is about regenerative placemaking with the future of cities. So with that, Tony, I welcome you to take it away. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Suparna. So nice to meet you, and so great to be here in Regenera with my regenerative placemaking colleagues from around the world, and Roxy and Buckminster Fuller Institute and Gray Area. And it really just reminds me of how much magic was created 3 years ago in Miami during Art Basel when we launched the Regenaissance. And I just shared a recap of that event, which brought together thousands of people, and it was just such a magical festival, all about the regenerative future that we're so passionate about. So it's an honor to be back with this group. I feel like I'm among family and aligned allies in this movement that's needed more now than ever before. So I know we have a short period of time, so I think what's going to be most relevant is really share kind of the ecosystem thinking around the projects that we're doing, and specifically talking about my experience in Jacksonville, in an underserved community of Springfield, north of downtown. And for those of you guys who are not familiar with Jacksonville, it is the largest city by landmass in America. It's in North Florida on the East Coast. It's one of the most affordable cities in the United States, even though Florida has become one of the most unaffordable states in the union post-pandemic. With so much wealth transfer that's happened here. But we stumbled upon this district about 5 years ago when we were visiting different neighborhoods and cities to explore a demonstration project for the Future of Cities platform, which I launched about 4 or 5 years ago as a response to the needs and the challenges within the built environment, and really looking to create a platform that helped spread the philosophy of regenerative placemaking, co-creating and co-designing inclusive, equitable, and sustainable urban neighborhoods, urban cities, and not just focus on new places and new construction and new buildings, but really how do we adaptively repurpose, the culture, the history, everything that has come before us, and how do we do it in an equitable, inclusive, and sustainable way? And so this type of process is co-evolutionary and very much an organism that kind of responds to inputs in the environment and the people, of course, who are putting in the energy around it. And so it took us a number of years to kind of pull the trigger to buy the first property. But we did, and there was a lot of signs pointing to that this had the opportunity to really accelerate change in this community in a big way. And just kind of a few factors that kind of came together. One is, as I always say, that success moves at the speed of trust. And when working with communities, I think that that's something, especially as an investor or a developer that has many years in working in underinvested and underserved communities, trust is paramount, and we're in a crisis of trust in this world of government institutions, different religious organizations. There's just so much lack of trust in the world that we're living in today. And I think when you're looking at community building and placemaking, it has to all start from that core of trust and really doing something from an authentic and really intentional standpoint. And so really what we're doing is just investing intentionally, but we're really working alongside the local community, the municipalities, the city, business leaders to really co-design and co-create something with and for and by the community. And so after we invested, we started bringing on partners within the community, a lot of nonprofit partners, Lyft, Jax, LISC, and others that are doing great work in affordable housing, urban agriculture, which is one of my passions, especially considering that Jacksonville is a food desert. And something that's shocking, recent data point that was brought to our attention is that the life expectancy between the Black neighborhoods and the white neighborhoods, not even the rich white neighborhoods in Jacksonville, is almost a 20-year gap. And so what's happening in these neighborhoods, these underserved neighborhoods, is there's just so much trauma and there's so much fight or flight happening in their daily lives. And this is a city that is known for Mayo Clinic and this hospital complex and really a place that's affordable. And yet people are in their automobiles. There's no public infrastructure. People need to take multiple buses from our neighborhood just to get to the local supermarket and have healthy, affordable food options. So the food segment of it is a real key component. And so anyway, we assembled this district, which was a preliminary existing arts district called Phoenix. And Phoenix is very symbolic in Jacksonville because the city downtown burned down in 1901. Many people fled to this northern little area called Springfield, built these beautiful historic homes that have front porches, and then this area started to slowly revitalize and change over the last 10, 15 years. And so there's a district that existed that was started by a local female artist named Christy Frazier, who started the district 10 years ago, branded it, was doing a lot of underground grassroots parties and events, and housed many artists, which we continue to do today, to create a district that was really focused on arts, culture, and innovation, and really providing equity within this community. And so unlike a lot of the work that I did in Miami, where there was quite a bit of friction and pushback, this has been supported wholeheartedly from the community and from the city since the beginning. And we've just, again, seen the impacts of really coming in with the right intention and really co-designing with the local community and stakeholders what is really needed at this time with that community, and hiring local and really only providing space for independent, locally homegrown brands. And so now we're going to be putting the business accelerator incubator from the city into our project. We hired our first food and beverage tenant is a local husband and wife team called Naked Kitchen that are incredible, doing really amazing, affordable farm to table food options, conscious, but not inaccessible, not very, extreme or dogmatic in their food philosophy. And so all of these components are coming together to really do something that's community-based, and we're starting to see the results. We're starting to get incentives from the city lined up. We're starting to get incentives from the state. The Biden administration just awarded Jacksonville $148 million to contribute toward their Emerald Trail, which goes through our project, which is 30 miles of greenway, which is incredible, where we'll have, community gardens, food forests, edible landscape, and a whole program that will connect the most affected, underserved communities within the urban core of Jacksonville, which has pretty much been ignored for the last 30 or 40 years and supremely underinvested. And so we're going to develop probably 850 units of affordable mixed income housing, which is a big component of what we're doing. We're launching a community market, which will be great, where we do these markets every month, and we've had, I don't know, 40 or 50 events where we've brought thousands of people from the community, a lot of artist meetups, and we'll have a co-working space, an event space, an indoor space, and we're adaptively repurposing about 150,000 feet of existing warehouses. But this is really to be community space, artist studios, co-working spaces, and really what's going to activate the community. And then we can go and do the vertical development. So, sorry about that, guys. So that's the Phoenix Arts and Innovation District, and I'm heading there on Wednesday because we're launching our Founders Circle. But we have an incredible leadership team of local women-led residents from the neighborhood who are basically stewarding the project from a cultural standpoint and programming standpoint, content, and it's been really rewarding because the previous experience I've had hasn't been as fluid and hasn't been in flow. And I think we learn most from our mistakes and the things that haven't worked out and can apply. And I'm not saying that this development is not without its challenges, and capital markets have been a pain in the ass the last year. And, to do these types of projects in an opportunity zone, to get people to believe in something that really has a triple or quadruple bottom line focus or outcome is easier said than done. So it's not without its challenges, and it's been super rewarding being able to tie in these ecosystems of what we're doing across the state of Florida, and now with our new Portuguese Golden Visa Fund with Future of Cities that's tying us to Portugal and outside of Florida. So I'm not sure if, Suparna, you had any other questions, or if you wanted to, or if there was any other questions from others that you guys wanted to address. But I'm happy to dovetail into another aspect of what we're doing.
If you have anything specific you want to share, Tony, absolutely, please go ahead. I do have some questions, and we can invite conversations as well. But I want to make sure that any key points you want to share beyond what you've shared, please do so. We have some in about 10, 12 minutes still.
Okay, great. Well, I just, I want to make sure that people are still engaged and interested and enjoy what I'm sharing. And I want to provide as much value as I can from my own experience in the world in which I'm working. And, regenerative placemaking is something that really came to me in a vision. I've been a placemaker for 23 years in South Florida. I was one of the pioneers of the Wynwood Arts District. And then I had witnessed also how traditional placemaking oftentimes ends up with gentrification and outcomes that we don't really want, whether we have the best intentions or not. And and that's when I started to hold this inquiry around how can we ethically, responsibly help to revitalize areas and invest in them and mitigate gentrification and improve quality of life for all people, particularly independent brands and artists and creatives and the makers who make those places, successful. The butcher, the baker, the barber, the heart and soul of Main Street, as we said. I see a hand up. Amukelani, is that how I pronounce your name?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. How are
Yeah,
you?
it's great. I'm great. How are you?
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Fantastic. Thanks for that. Thanks for that. Yeah, I'm glad you touched on that gentrification angle, because me and my team are speaking next, and without any spoilers, what we talk about, everybody stick is a principle of land as a co-creator and how you have to not bend, but collaborate with the will of the place as it is and honor its origins when you're futuring and foresighting. So, there's the community aspect that you've spoken very well about, but I wonder sort of how you make decisions based on the place itself and how it is as you find it, to sort of what makes a place eligible for that futurist placemaking. Sort of the criteria that there's willingness from people, that there's land that's available, that there's political buying, because all of those things make a lot of sense. But it's sort of in our ethos and our praxis, we really anchor the land and what the land is telling us about what we can or cannot do. And as we all know about Mother Earth, if she's not happy with your decisions, things will not happen for you. Okay, all the money, all the will, all the time in the world cannot sort of overcome what she's capable of doing. And the thing about the Earth is that she has forever, right? So it could look like it's working for a long time, but when your time is up, it's up. So I'm really interested to hear on how you make those decisions and how you consider the land in placemaking.
Thank you. Thank you. That's such a great question, and I think really important. And for me, I don't want to get too esoteric or spiritual, when we're talking about, the business aspect of it. But I feel that,
Get really esoteric and spiritual.
Well, I will. I mean, you can't, I don't think that you can separate the two, because I think, someone like myself who studied permaculture and regenerative development for a long time and grew up in a spiritual community and studying this, I think it starts with deep listening. When you're being called to an opportunity that's land-based, I think a lot of it starts by listening to the sounds, the signs of what's happening. And with this, what was really interesting in this particular, I feel like a lot of time the land chooses you. You don't really choose the land. If you're really listening to it and you're really in tune with it. I didn't know that much about Jacksonville, but there were multiple signs of people who connected me with the founder of the project. And ironically, a year before I'd even gone to Jacksonville, I had a phoenix tattooed on my back from a trip that I'd gone to French Polynesia. And then a year before that, I was in Berlin speaking on, regenerative futures at TOA, which is Tech Open Air. And, people ask me all the time, like, what does the future of cities look like? And it's not for me to tell people what their city looks like or their neighborhood, because I'm not from them. That needs to come from the place. It needs to come from the land, like you talked about. But for me personally, the Wizard of Oz and Emerald City was always an inspiration for me. And so I put on the cover of my talk, an image of Emerald City and the Wizard of Oz. And it happens to be this project has the Emerald Trail going right through the middle of it. So you've got the Phoenix tattooed on my back, the Emerald Trail. But then beyond that, I was really just spending a lot of time on the land. There was environmental issues with the land as well. There was some pollution. I've been working in industrial urban areas for a long time in Wynwood and in Little Haiti and other places in South Florida. And so looking at all kinds of things of how the water flows, how the sun hits the land, kind of the existing buildings that we would want to preserve, the history, the context of place, and being this underserved, primarily African American neighborhood, where most people are renters and there's not a lot of owners, it really, it was a lot of deep listening for the first, year and a half, 2 years, community meetings, understanding, what were these buildings used for, and what was the purpose, and what's the intention, and what do they want to be. So a lot of it is, I think, is slow real estate, which most investment companies, developers, private equity groups, they don't, they're trying to get an IRR. So for them, it's as quick as possible, and we are in an opportunity zone. So I think those are 8,700 districts that have, great tax benefits if you hold the investment for 10 years. Now, speaking, comparing that to Mother Earth's timeline, that's nothing. It's a drop in the bucket. But as far as investments go, for a lot of people, 10 years is beyond what they normally look at. So that was a good baseline. At least we're committing to 10 years. And I think that you need every bit of that to really make an impact that's going to be catalytic. And so I think a lot of it had to do with, studying the history of the place, the people who had lived there and come before, and keeping the name of the project, because it already meant something to the local community. It's not that we came and imposed our idea of a brand or a name. It was already associated with a movement locally for artists and creatives. And so we're just helping to lift up something that is already there and is already emergent, by putting energy and creativity, but really doing it in a way that's honoring the land, honoring the people, honoring the past, and really wanting to have as positive of an impact as possible, and trying to mitigate gentrification by certain metrics. Like our metrics was we wanted to have more home ownership, among lower income folks than when we came in. Have we accomplished that yet? No, but we will. I mean, that's our mission, assuming that we have the right investment, assuming we have the right incentives. And so I think it starts with, well, what is your intention? Do you come in peace? Do you come with good intentions? And I think, like you said, the land will either resonate or it won't resonate with you. And it doesn't matter how much money you have or how much you're going to put into it. If it's not in alignment and values with that land, then it's just not going to be successful. So I think a lot of it does have to do with deep listening and understanding and following the signs. And there were a lot of signs pointing to this being a really amazing project to help elevate a lot of people and give people a lot of inspiration. And it has, so far, it's been able to do that because it's been done in a slower, more intentional way. And, we haven't had any income on the property the last 2 or 3 years because it's been a lot of assembling and, movement making and building, but that's part of the process. I think that's how you build credibility, and then you're sure that this is the right thing that you're doing. And so, and you have to keep on checking, and you have to keep on adjusting course, because you can think that you're doing something right. And if you're not really in tune, you could be making a lot of mistakes. And so I think that's a big part of it is the listening and constant check-in and constantly reflecting and checking in on yourself. Like, what is your intention? Why are you doing this?
Solid. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I see Chris's hand up, so let's bring Chris up.
Thank you. This is a really fun conversation. I appreciate that I've interpreted two conversations happening at the same time. One is the timeless conversation that happens in the ether regarding Mother Earth and the timelessness of us being a species inhabiting this planet at this time. And the other conversation seems to be within the human microbiome, how do we engage with each other in life-affirming ways while interrupting the trauma cycles that have been passed down to us, while also being aware of the bodies that we're in and what ways we can channel the privilege or lack thereof into ways of catalyzing change that is upward mobile for the communities that we're called to serve. That's exciting. So with that premise in mind, my question is about the stories that you use as like a means to make the uptake of the solutions that you're sharing more appealing to the local environment. I myself am Indigenous Haitian, and I know that some of the trauma cycles of any community, but I know the nuance of my communities. And the catalyst of need and scarcity I've seen in the past, caused even the most upright standing people to do some things in order to provide care. So the scarcity is like the initial problem that needs to be solved. I'm curious what stories you use to, in your body, approach these communities and convince them of your intentions. And how do you negotiate that valid potential mistrust with, like, what is the tangible impact of these stories in real time in the present moment when you come across someone maybe facing a medical need that they can't afford? Are you connecting them with like beyond state resources that always kind of leave it deductible or like not enough money. Is there something to make sure that these solutions can be sustainable such that when another need arises, they're not thinking that the only option is to remain at the bottom tier of Maslow's hierarchy of needs of survival and reaction, when validly, like if your only option is to go hustle to get mama's medical bill paid, like how do you interrupt that cycle without causing more demonizing and shame and guilt that causes it to stay in the darkness as opposed to like be upward cycling towards maybe the middle tier of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and maybe ultimately to self-actualization, which is where in my mind art resides. And that's a privilege that not many of my people have enough ease and leisure allotted to them as far as time to explore their path to that. So how, of course, this is the onus is not on your project, but I'm curious if the level of intention has reached the story level and how these folks are engaging with it at an individual level within their communities once you all leave.
100%. Great question, and really important. And I think just to clarify, my job is not to convince anybody of anything. My job is to show up as the best human being I can in every situation, every interaction with each person that I interact at all aspects of every project that we do, not just this project. And so I think people can recognize whether you're genuine or not. And so, like I said before, success moves at the speed of trust. And although there's stories that we make up about each other and different communities that may be untrue or fabricated in our own mind, I think it's just about doing the inner work constantly to try to be, the best person that you can. And just because of the color of my skin or because I drive a nice car doesn't mean that I didn't have trauma, suffered, went through a lot of pain to get to where I am and continue to. And so, people, just like I can't judge anybody that I meet, I ask that they not judge me and get to know my heart and who I am and the struggles that I've gone through to do the work that I do. And it's not easy work because there's many easier ways to make money. Building luxury condos in Miami Beach that are vacant, that are third and fourth homes. Doing work in underserved communities is very tedious and very long-term thinking, and no good deed goes unpunished, and all of those types of things. And so I think our job is actually to make the locals the storytellers and of their community, of what they want, and really try to minimize my own story in it. I play a role in it as a regenerative placemaker and as somebody who can help build capacity. But our job with our project, if we're successful, is that we've elevated others to really tell the story of place, because I'm not from that place. I'm from where I am now in Sebastian, Florida. I grew up in a commune, sleeping on the floor in the temple, and was raised interfaith by my grandmother, who was a guru, taught with Ram Dass. So I came from a completely different angle in a rural area, and now I'm doing a lot of work within urban areas, because I also think that there's no throwaway people, like my grandmother used to say, and there's no throwaway buildings and throwaway neighborhoods. It's about the most sustainable thing that you can do is rebuild those communities, rebuild that infrastructure, not having to have the newest, shiniest thing, and I think that that's kind of like the diamond in the rough philosophy. And that's why I've always worked in these, communities, because the place is so magical. The location, Wynwood is right between the airport in Miami Beach and just north of downtown. And no one really saw how strategic that was. And the artists were the engine that really created that area, and then they got pushed out. And so what my work is focused on is how do the innovators and the creators and the independent brands get a piece of the pie so they can be part of the future, because they usually get eliminated at some point when the values go up. And it's not something that I have the power to control as an individual. However, it's something that we can put intention towards solving, because we're really smart, especially the next generation. The next generation, there's so many new tools that are coming out through blockchain. And we tried to go through and create, I have a white paper on creating equity by leveraging blockchain. But, all these systems don't speak together, opportunity zones and bifurcating ownership. And so ultimately, we want to have more distributed ownership and partnership, within the built environment, within real estate. But sometimes you have to walk before you run. And so each thing is kind of step by step, and each community is unique and individual, and that's the magic of it. And so the three pillars that we're focused on is nature, is community and culture. Those are the three things that we focus on, with regenerative placemaking. And the only way to do it is to really work with Mother Nature and work with the community and understand the culture and help to be accretive, not extractive from that culture. And so those are fundamentally the ways that we approach, but really it's something that is organic. If it's successful, it's organic. It's not contrived. It's not me convincing. It's us really, it just flows. And when you've got it flowing, it just feels right and it feels healing. Like you said, it's not creating more trauma, it's eliminating. How do these places eliminate trauma? How do you see butterflies and beautiful trees that create shade in your neighborhood versus concrete and violence? And those are the types of, and how do we use art to bring smiles on people's face, no matter what, level of society you're at or what you're going through. It's our idea is how do we bring smiles on people's face by the experience of the built environment. And the built environment has traditionally separated and segregated people, not brought them together. And so that's really the idea of how do we bring people together through thoughtful urban planning and design that works for everybody, 100% of life. And that's really our philosophy.
Thank you so much, Tony. Thank you, Chris. Really appreciate the question. Since we're out of time, this brings up so much. Tony, I actually lived in Miami. I lived in Little Haiti and Wynwood, and I experienced all that transformation. So I really appreciate it. But since we're out of time, I will say a massive thanks and look forward to, weaving more with you in time. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you all. It's a pleasure. And I'm so grateful for the work that you're all doing. Keep it up. Any way I can support, I'm here. Love you, Roxy. Love you guys. I can't see everybody. History. Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Tony. I will bring up our next speakers. Bear with me.
History.
There's something, Monika, happening with your audio when you unmute for some reason.
Okay, I'm trying to find all our speakers there. And we have one more. Sorry, every time I add spotlight, I lose people. Okay, I think I have everybody here. Okay, perfect. So next up, we have Monika, Pumla, and Amukelani. We have three extraordinary speakers who will talk about African life-centric design, designing futures with age-old Indigenous wisdom. Monika is a DSS visionary and advisor and was a part of DSS cohort 2. We had the pleasure of hearing Monika speak actually in our cohort as well. And she's a futures researcher, futurist designer, working at the intersection of science, technology, politics, and culture. Her project Protopia Futures endeavors to challenge dystopian stereotypes and to prototype visions of radical hope. Monika, Pumla, Amukelani, welcome to Regenerative Rising. Thank you so much. Looking forward to hearing more.
Hi, thank you so much.
Amazing. With that, we will go ahead and start.
Monika, it's happening again. There's
audio.
History. Yeah, it does the same thing. I don't know what it is.
Monika, quickly unmute so I can record for you so you can hear what it sounds like on your end.
Monika, if you want to come into a breakout room with me, we can try to fix it while they start.
Okay, I think Monika's connection. All right, cool. Well, we will just go ahead and kick us off. I hope everybody can hear me. Just a slight nod. Excellent.
yes.
Welcome to African Life-Centric Design. I am Pumla Maswanganyi here with Amukelani Muyanga, and soon Monika Bielskyte as well. We will jump straight in with some quick intros just to contextualize us here. There we go. So I am Pumla Maswanganyi, as mentioned. My background is in studio art, as well as human development, and I've also gotten to practice as a strategist and a designer. I am the founding principal of Maswanganyi Muyanga & Co., or MMM&Co. for short, as well as the founder of African Life-Centric Design. I'm from Johannesburg. I'm in Johannesburg, but have found myself living and working across 5 continents, thinking about using the creative language as tools to help us achieve larger development mandates. As you can see, I've had the pleasure of working with everyone from the African Union to the Qatar Foundation to every other bunch of frameworks, Soho House, etc. Really just trying to envision what an inclusive world looks like and what it really looks like for us to build solutioning in a way that makes sense and reaches the people on the margins for the most part. And I like to say that my TLDR is just making beautiful things and making sure that they reach people who often don't get access to beauty in those fundamental ways. With that, I'll go to Amla.
That's a very correct TLDR for you. Hi, everyone.
Thanks.
I'm Amukelani Muyanga, and I'm an entrepreneur, a strategist, a recovering management consultant. Don't judge me, I was young. It's my past life. I'm founding principal of MM&Co with Pumla, co-founder of African Life-Centric Design that we're talking through with you today. I also run a mental health and holistic wellness portal for SA. I would say professionally, my background is in strategy development, product design, management, UX, tech, working with engineers to be like, this is the vision, can you build it? And they're like, no, that's too hard. And I'm like, of course it's not, we can do this. Have worked with a lot of governments, foundations, including Gates, which Melinda French Gates has just been announced as having resigned from. Wild. Meta, Microsoft, Mozilla, the African Union, the United Nations Economic Commission of Africa, amongst others. And really inspiration for the work that we do now is I think a lot of these really cool, really large actors have their agendas, I suppose, on paper in the right place, but have a lot of difficulty building things and making things happen. And I have made it my mission to be part of the collective and collaborate with people who find that, quite frankly, a little bit unacceptable and are working to be builders and doers alongside policymakers, thinkers, people with the disproportionate kind of influence over how we live and what we do. Yeah, I hope Monica's been able to fix her. Pumla, I think we've stopped sharing. Pete?
Did we lose Pumla?
I think we did. I can share from my side. Sorry,
Oh,
guys.
no, I see Pumla.
Okay.
See.
Pumla, can you hear me? Apologies, guys. Johannesburg has been having a lot of power cuts, and we're all 3 based there, and it affects our network quite hectically.
Yeah, sorry about that. Okay,
Oh,
back. Amazing. Is Monika with us or not yet?
she's not. So I think let me do her intro for her.
Amazing.
Then we have Monika Bielskyte, who will be back with us very soon. She's a futurist, a speculative designer, and founder of Protopia Futures. She's also a partner at African Life-Centric Design. Her work is firmly anchored in contextual, complex realities on the ground, rather than a one-size-all techno-solutionism prone to short-term hype cycles and rapid obsolescence. She has very deep expertise in information technologies and immersive media, think AI, XR, and she examines both the promises and perils of innovation as they become increasingly weaponized. Very coolly, she was a futurist consultant for Marvel's Black Panther: Wakanda Forever, and is a renowned speaker who's been called on by the BBC, DreamWorks, Google, L'Oreal, McKinsey, Microsoft, MTN, Nike, the UAE, UNESCO, amongst many, many others. And we love her very much, and we are so sad that her technical difficulties are getting the better.
Having slight tech difficulties, yeah, but no, all good. We'll try and make her proud. So we will start by speaking about Shudu. So this is Shudu, an internationally recognized model, if you will, originating from South Africa, who has graced the publications, or rather numerous publications, from Vogue Australia to Elle, and been on a number of campaigns from Belmont to Furla. So really wide-reaching, which is quite a feat for any model, much less for a model of African descent. And now the interesting thing about Shudu, which I imagine we all on the call might actually know, is that Shudu is not real. Shudu has been created by a white male photographer from London, currently living in London, and is inspired by the Princess of South Africa, according to Cameron Wilson. And this is interesting on a few accounts, one of them being the fact that we certainly have a wide range of ethnicities, skin color, skin tone, etc. In fact, everybody on this call could be South African. However, it is very sharp to think about the fact that her facial features and tone are really more reminiscent of somebody from East Africa, or true even West Africa, from Senegal to South Sudan. In fact, when I look at this figure, it really reminds me more of Lupita Nyong'o from Kenya. That, and the fact that we have multiple ethnic groups in South Africa, and Amukelani and I are from the same ethnic group, however, not from the same sort of sub-ethnic group, if you will, within that group. So to sort of speak of a character being inspired by the Princess of South Africa really is not something that is sort of resonant with the fact that we have many cultures, in turn, many princesses, certainly more than I could count. Therefore, it really speaks to the fact that while it's amazing to have visions of Black women, of Africans, and have people sort of propose that forward, on one hand, it is really interesting to think about for whose benefit are these images created, and according to whose design, if you will, governed by whose ethos. And also, when you think about the fact that a model like Shudu is able to be featured on campaigns, it's important to recognize that that means a very real person was not able to be a part of that campaign. And it's one thing to think about how highly selective and exclusive an industry like modeling is, but it is even more so for an African woman, women of color, etc. And so is it truly actually to our advantage? Which, then sort of makes us think about predatory inclusion and how this truly could be a form of that, and that it is a perpetuation of violent colonial extraction, continuing the trend that we have seen before. Meaning that, there is a need for us to create our own images from a very different vantage point. And it's important for us to create something that confronts the existent norm. And with that, and perfectly timed, we'll hear from Monika, who will speak to us going from this idea of extraction to a more regenerative creation form.
Hello, everybody. Can people hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah. Perfect.
Sorry, and the video switched on. Sorry for technical issues. I never had that, and I've done what feels like thousands of Zoom calls. So right now my sound is going through the phone and video through my laptop. Yeah, sorry for the little mishaps. So the design paradigm, as we know, that most of the, especially technological frameworks, are predicated upon, really have their roots in a profoundly extractive construct of user-centered design. And we know that that's not sustainable, neither for us as humans nor for the planet itself. So we need to start moving towards regeneration, but that move has been really slow. So if we backtrack to the beginning of user-centered design paradigm and what doesn't work with it, user-centered design really thought of humans as economic units, and really catered mostly how to maximize our participation within economy and increase our consumption. Now, we know that to be human is not enough to consume. And we see how that extends in so many other paradigms that are still considered somehow positive as to even to the present day. Even within things such as smart cities, right? This notion that smartness is enough to make city livable. And we know that the cities that people want to live the most today are not just about connectivity and productivity and interconnectedness in that productive sense, but about much more of a human and social experience. So the next paradigm of human-centered design started acknowledging our humanity beyond just us as users, as participants within an economy. However, that paradigm was still profoundly lacking because it thought of humans as individuals. Now we know that none of us really exists without others. From a very sort of simple, practical, biological realm, and then that unfortunately, has been well illustrated with really tragic scenarios such as, for example, the orphanage case in Ceausescu's Romania, where due to a crisis in suddenly sort of enforced anti-abortion laws, there were a lot of abandoned children that grew up in these orphanages without interaction the first years of their lives with other human beings, and especially with the caretakers. Now, they failed to develop the most basic capacities for interaction, verbal interaction, physical movement that could allow them later to participate in society. When we talk about our political, social, cultural perspectives, they are never really our own. We become like these fishes that swim in the water. They do not conceive of the water. And that's how we are conditioned into things such as, racist, misogynist, ableist paradigms without even understanding or without even having much of a role of our own. And so sort of as much as society conditions us into something, to unmake that also requires society. And so that movement sort of started happening when we started acknowledging these societal needs and societal realities of every single individual and our interdependence. And there was really big gap in between. And so a recent movement towards society-informed design and humanity-informed design, and kind of the big splash of it happened with Don Norman's recent book, who was actually responsible for the early paradigm of user-centered design. Now, what's interesting about it is that myself and our collective had something to do with it. Don Norman collected a group of people for his project of Future of Design Education. And specifically myself and Angela Baines were leading the Future of Foresight that really looked into the diversity perspectives within that effort. And what was interesting is that we had to explain to Mr. Norman the most basic aspects of how his earlier thinking has profoundly excluded the biases rooted in ableism, racism, colonial legacy, etc., etc. And it was really hard for him to comprehend, and we had to keep repeating some of the most basic things. Now, instead of him actually really taking all that into account and also platforming people that brought him that knowledge, he kind of watered it down and created this new paradigm of humanity-centered design, which begs me to ask the question, which humanity and whose humanity and whom you continue excluding, not just with your end product, but also with your process. So in the last few years, there's been this effort to start acknowledging how actually we as humans are not just interdependent with each other, but we are profoundly intertwined with the planet itself on the most foundational biological basis. 30 trillion of cells within our bodies are ours. About 40 trillion of cells within our bodies are those of our microbiome. That represents 10% of body mass, approximately, but about 90% of diversity of our DNA. So none of us is not just a single island as a human, but we're not a single island as a sort of biological being. We're in this continuous interaction within the living world. Now, the image behind this timeline is actually from the titles of Westworld. And so much of my research actually focuses on how science fiction misguides us rather than oftentimes opens us up to future possibilities. So that Westworld paradigm of, humans or human-like creatures could just be printed out of an inert material, again, creates a real falsification of actually how do we exist as humans, not just as economic entities, not just as individuals, not just as social entities, but really as participants within this larger ecosystem. Could we move to the next slide? Pumla, could we move to the next slide? So that really begs us to consider how it's important to decenter ourselves, but not to embrace this idea that humans are the virus and everything bad has happened because of us. Again, even if we say that humans are the virus and all these things happen because of humans, really, who do we include or exclude within that humanity? Because certainly settler colonial culture is much more responsible for the exponential extinction of species and the biosphere collapse than indigenous cultures have ever been, who have lived maybe not always in the perfect harmony, but in real relationship of symbiosis and cohabitation as custodians of the landscapes that they consider themselves profoundly part of. So what we proposition with life-centric design as such is that decentering humans is not there to think of humans as the virus or to start embracing this post-human ideology, but really to ensure humanity is thriving today and in the long term, because we are not independent. Our goal should never be to be independent from all life, but to actually embrace that interdependence and see everything that it could teach us.
Amazing. So as we situate African life-centric design, it's really important for us to emphasize the fact that Africa is not a monolith. Those of us on this call obviously know that, but we state that in order to say that when we're proposing a set of principles that speak to an innately African creation ethos or an African perspective of life-centered design, it is coming more from the place of recognizing that we would not be enacting this ethos in the same way across the various frameworks within the African continent, much less within Johannesburg. It is more a recognition of the fact that the continent's future requires a shared vision and a shared pan-African vision that simultaneously celebrates our plurality and the multiple ways of seeing the different identities we've inherited, different perspectives, experiences, etc., while inviting unity and a unified goal for us to work towards. Secondarily, when we're speaking about Africa, it's not coming from the place of sort of reducing these design views to the size of the continent, because we have sort of gotten perspectives that say things like, well, why Africa? Because the Western world does not feel the need to say European design, they just say design. But it is very important for us to recognize the state of the world as it is right now, which is speaking to the importance of the particularity of us situating an African perspective. It's not to say that it's reductionist or it's not sort of playing less than, but rather speaking to the importance of us situating this unique viewpoint and sort of situating it as it speaks to our ways of creation and how that has that sense of global applicability, but it is a viewpoint that we can own. And within that, we introduce you to African life-centric design, which, as mentioned, establishes a platform for us as Africans on the continent, as well as Africans living outside the continent, to really envisage, envision, prototype, and shape our own futures in a way that is locally informed again by that which we inherit, that which we experience on the continent, and is also globally resonant and globally impactful. We will get into the 7 principles that we've created that speak to this ethos as it stands.
Great. It just started hectically raining where I am. A blessing from the gods for these principles. All right. As first principles, we have here design as ritual. So we consider design as a sacred process connected to larger systems and narratives of need for creative expression and spiritual belonging. Ritual is everything. How often and how consistently you do things is the most reliable indicator of how much success and longevity you'll be able to realize. Like all ritual, prayer, cleaning your house, sharing a meal with the one you love, it's connected to systems of the human need for belonging to yourself and a greater spiritual belonging, right? I am Amukelani of the Muyangas because of the signature of how I do things day after day after day. Ritual is the beginning of all things, it's the sustainability of all things, and it's the legacy of all things, right? It's how impact and excellence are not a fluke, but actually happen by design. Next, we have do we have the next slide? There we go. Recognizing origins. Which I think is very reminiscent of what we've been saying to date, is that we immerse ourselves in local design histories, integrating indigenous knowledge and ancestral wisdom into the futuring and foresight practice, particularly being from and based in, the place that houses the cradle of humankind and the first signs of migration and invention and humanity and society. It makes sense to look to ancient origins and their ingenuity that gave us the world that we know it as today. Then we have centering the periphery. What's important to note here is that in our praxis, Africa is not the periphery. Peripheries in Africa are. So we center neurodivergence, endangered cultures, languages, perspectives, disabled folk, non-land owners, the working class, refugees, asylum seekers, the stateless, etc. Because of that interdependence, and it's actually quite significant that South Africa just celebrated our Freedom Day. Can you believe we're only 30 years old as a country? And what often comes up around that time is the Freedom Charter, right? The premise of South Africa belonging to all who live in it equally. And so if design does not, proactively account for, as Monika was saying, the blind spots of who we say, which parts of humanity are the disease or the plague, to use that language, then we're painting an incomplete picture and we're missing out on some very instrumental parts of who we are as a collective and what it's going to take to succeed. All right. Next up, we have land as a co-designer. We honor the living world and anchor all design within it, not merely on top of it. We embrace the symbiotic relationship with the ecosystem, considering it as sacred, revered, and an active participant in the design process. I think a lot of what Tony Cho was saying in response to my question earlier speaks to this. We know that nature sings, that it communicates with each other and with us. And our task is to listen with as much intention as we would to another human around a brainstorming table. Most of our technology is simply biomimicry. And we embrace the fact, we are grateful for the fact that there is a blueprint and there's not much to invent from scratch if we pay enough attention. Next, we have communal interdependence. We recognize how every individual impacts and contributes uniquely to the community, rooting the design process in tangible communal needs and broader human aspirations. Not to be navel-gazing, but I think just the makeup of African life-centric design as a trio will tell you in many ways that we are not a complete set without the other. I mean, Monika was glitching, and we were acting calm, but we were a bit like, are we going to be able to tell the full story? And that's really a microcosm for how we think it all works really together. And it's self-explanatory. And I hope you can hear the thunder because it's quite beautiful. All right. Next, we have regenerative co-creation. So we design solutions that emulate and honor nature's circular processes, fostering preservation, restoration, nourishment, and renewal. We incorporate intergenerational exchange, both amongst the living, and we also honor the truth and the existence and the study of things like epigenetics, drawing wisdom from generations past and building for generations to come. We care deeply about how future generations will reflect on what types of ancestors we are and what stage we've set for them. Because the work that we do every day, the lives that we live every day are a result of what our ancestors left for us. And this always makes me think of that existential question of, what would humans do if we didn't have to work, if we didn't have to fix things, if we weren't always putting out fires. And I know that there's a pessimistic school that's like, then there would be crime and looting, and the movie The Purge would be what it is. And I'm actually of the belief that I think we would create beautiful things. I think we would sing, we would dance, we would paint, we would create. And what we want to do is, as much as possible, increase the surface area for that to be what happens in the future, as opposed to future generations sort of cleaning up after us, both physically and metaphorically. I think we have our last one now. Yes. Pete? Thank you. Which is adaptive resilience. So we design for flexibility and adaptability in the face of change. Again, I think pretty self-explanatory, particularly amongst this group of people, and the phenomenal work that y'all do. Because I think collectively, instead of committing to a static approach, we treat continuous iteration and learning as a default in light of emerging realities. A proactive acceptance of that fate is a far more resilient stance than the shock and resistance to change in the face of that change. So those are the principles we propose, and it is not a dogma. It is something we hope to be credited for, but not to own. That the designer is everybody who has something to build, who has something to say, who has something to purport, and really cares about how critical they're being in their own thinking and perspectives and approaches to what it means to be a designer or a strategist or a futurist. How much are you honoring origins? How much are you centering the periphery? How much are you designing for adaptive resilience from the beginning, rather than being like, well, hopefully this works? How much are you treating design as ritual that mimics nature in its circularness, that you are not one and doneing it, right? Like, we've done the research, we've made the plans, this has to work, and if it doesn't, we're stuck, because that's not what nature does. We have many times across ages treated nature not according to these principles, not as a co-designer, not as a collaborator, but as a resource from which to extract. And she has time and time again regenerated and started again and tried again and trusted us again, and will continue to into perpetuity. What can we learn from that? How can we collaborate with nature and each other in that way is our plight, and what we hope to learn from each other and you guys about going forward. And these principles they're not static. We think they're a great starting place, but we're so open, so excited to hear what you think about them, what you would add to them, and any questions that you have about them for us.
Thank you all so much. Are you complete in your presentation? I just used that as an invitation because I was looking at the time. Just wanted to make sure you were complete.
Can we have a few more minutes
Oh, yes,
to finish?
please. Yes, please. Of course.
So fundamentally, today people are stuck on these sort of concept of fixed identities, and only somebody from a particular identity must have a capacity to speak about something. Now, what we really define as privilege in our perspective is this capacity to consider and in fact to be insulated from the consequences of your actions. And that is incredibly dangerous. When we consider whose voices should be prioritized in any circumstance, it should not be those that have the capacity to be insulated from the consequences of their actions, but actually are at the closest to the bleeding edge of harm. And so the leadership of the most impacted is crucial in making the right choices. We have lost the slides. What happens? Should we bring up back the slides? Did we lose Pumla?
But I can share. Give me a second.
I think we're having the truly extraordinary storm here in Johannesburg. So maybe some of the connection towers are breaking down. Again, we are living in a slightly different reality than people in the global north, and have to be much more adaptive and resilient when power goes off or internet goes off or whatever else. Okay, let's go back a couple. Next. All right, with colonial, back to colonial side. So in that, there's a lot of desire to decolonize today. And it's really, really important to consider how do we resist and how do we unpack the colonial legacy, how it seeped into our cultural narratives, and how it continues occupying the land sometimes through sort of indirect ways. But what is really crucial is to not just be wary of colonialism of our past, but to also understand how those perspectives can also limit and warp our imagination of the future. And so when we decolonize, it has to be the simultaneous decolonization, not just of the land, but also of the worldview and the values that we embrace if we hope to head towards livable future, not more of an extractive future. Next slide. And so in this radically hopeful future, imagination is not a luxury item. It's actually a strategy for survival and a pathway to flourishing. We have this idea that we can only focus on creativity. We can only focus on imagination when all of the other needs are catered to. But we know that some of the most powerful imaginations and visions for a different world actually arise from the heart of a struggle and from a profound experience of trauma. And so today, what we have to think is how that radically hopeful future vision is that first step, is the vision that allows us to see ourselves in a different reality. And then how can we backcast it to the present day moment and to inform the choices that we would be making? Next slide. Amu?
Oh, oh, can you hear me? Great. So yeah, we are so grateful for your time and for this platform and for the shared belief that, you know, acting as if it's radically possible to change the world is not ridiculous. It is really the only thing that we can and that we should do. We're so happy to present this Africanist perspective, and we hope to include the diaspora in this. We hope to include Africa adjacent people in this, people who live on the continent, work on the continent, interact with it in any sort of way. And yeah, we thank you so much. I'll hand over to Pete to conclude.
Maybe I can just add a couple of words before that.
Yeah.
So we know that a lot of folks listening here are from San Francisco Bay Area. You're very connected to technology industry. And the hot topic right now, of course, is generative AI. And one of the main things that we are extremely concerned about is how generative AI tools are mostly used to simulate our past and to warp our present day, and how it limits our imagination again of what is possible. So we've done a lot of experiments in trying to use these tools to create futuristic scenarios when it comes to the African continent, be it within the visual realm or within narrative realm. And it's truly extraordinary and horrifying how it actually biases, not just limits, but biases and distorts and diminishes and just really disrespects capacity for the future within this continent. So we'd love you, whoever works in these tech companies and whoever is connected to these tech companies, to maybe consider how we could change that and how you could reach out and collaborate, not just with us, but with people that are creating visions from this continent's perspective, and how that could be elevated, because it's urgent.
Thank you all so much. Is this a good time? Are you complete now?
This is a good time.
Perfect. Thank
Yes,
you.
go for it. Thank you so
Thanks.
much. And sorry for all the tech difficulty that's been going on in the back.
Not at all.
No.
Actually, my biggest reflection in all of this was this has been such a process of emergence for all of us and resilience. One little example is I didn't actually have your bios. And so thank you for Amukelani and Pumla for sharing your bios, and Shalvanaya to add in the chat, right? We're all co-creating and weaving, and tech doesn't always work, as we've seen. And you threaded it so beautifully with skill and resilience. So that was going to be my primary question, because a lot of this work is about zooming out, right? Seeing that interdependence and kind of not to minimize an identity, but to see that interdependence. You said something like, we're not a complete set without the other, seeing ourselves as custodians and interdependent partners, not from a place of blame, but clear sensing. And then inviting an active participation and centering the periphery, including nature. So there are all these different threads you're weaving. And the big thing for me is that this is a longer and slower process. Monika mentioned the tech companies. I actually worked in tech. And so it's a much faster process and a different way of thinking, right? And it needs resilience, especially for people that are in those spaces that are kind of like holding out the walls and kind of pushing them out bit by bit. So what are some of the resilience practices, perhaps, that are in your work that you invite people to, if there is something? I'd love to hear your reflections on that.
Showing up. Really showing up. Like you saw just, a few moments here right now, with a crazy storm starting and connections failing and stuff like that. And on a personal level, understanding that it's not about perfection, it's not about people fulfilling these clearly defined roles. It's really about showing up and really hearing each other, especially, we are all neurodivergent. And that's something that is not our weakness, as people would consider. In fact, that allows us to understand that diversity of perspective and experience, and really be there for each other and for the work that we do.
Yeah. I agree. I just want to say I love the comment. I suppose we should name Mother Nature as a co-presenter. We should. We should. I'd agree with that. And I would say the patience. I think in development, when we talk about blended finance, what people talk about is they call patient capital, which Tony was speaking about as well, which is the acknowledgement that there is actually a very quick way to achieve ROI, right? But what is the opportunity cost? What is the long-term cost of those quick wins? Sort of how much more comfortable are we getting with waiting things out for a better outcome? You know, I mean, two things come to mind here: that delayed gratification experiment that they do with babies. Like, do you want one marshmallow now or two later? And it's crazy that we have to retrain ourselves as adults, as society, as designers, as policymakers to take on that same approach, to understand abstractly that we might not see it now, we might not see it in our lifetime, but does that make it, you know, something that's not worth it? And what was the other thing I was thinking about in terms of that resilience and waiting things out? And patient capital is playing the long game and being comfortable and I think innovative enough and flexible enough, and for all of the bleep that I give development as a sector, it does do a really good job at sort of scenarioing, right? Which is to say, actually, it's not really human nature as we have been as we have evolved now for instant gratification. Oh yes, I was listening to a podcast called The Cult of Amazon, and it was a similar question of, well, how do we counter as people fostering and supporting financially and everything the injustices that rapid growth of companies like that do, having people peeing in cups and crazy churn. And one of the very simple answers to Monika's point of showing up is maybe we can not expect things to show up on our door 2 hours after we've ordered them. Like, is that an ask that we can, you know, all adhere to? Because if that is something that we can, Amazon is where I worked. If we can, you know, collectively decide that things don't have to move that fast, because the cost is actually far higher than having, you know, your Stanley Cup, no offense to Stanley, arrive sort of 2 hours later. That's something that we actually really all can do together, such that patient capital or waiting things out or playing the long game becomes less of such a radical, anomalous idea and more of an understanding of that's the thing that makes sense. And then from a development perspective, there are always solutions that we call quick wins, which is like, you can still have a good time tomorrow, right? And a good time in a month, and a good time in a year, and in 10, in a way that preserves what needs to happen and what needs to still be there in 50 years' time. You don't have to sacrifice all of that for what you want to happen today. And that's really a paradigm shift and to Monika's words, a decolonization of the imagination shift, right? Because I think what has been polluted is our own sense of what is progress, right? Faster, cheaper, you know, more. And the decolonization of that construct is what is foundational to resilience, because we haven't always lived like that, and we were fine. We got here, right? And we're almost undoing all of that by having a sense of progress that is faster, cheaper, more all the time.
Thank you so much.
Just maybe last one sentence is, you know, short-term goals should not impede our long-term vision ever.
100%. Thank you. Chris, I see your hand was raised. Since we're running out of time, is there an opportunity for you to put it in chat, please? Love your thoughts. Love you weaving us with us. So do put your comments in chat. And thank you to Pumla, Amukelani, and Monika. Really, really appreciated this time with you. And with that, I will bring up my friend Pablo to introduce our next presenter. Thank you.
Thank you. Keep in touch.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We're excited to keep the conversation going.
Thank you so much. This was absolutely wonderful and beautiful. I'm going to take it on from Suparna. And next up, we have Kristina Dryža. She's an ex-futurist, author, TEDx speaker, archetypal consultant, and she's one of Joseph Campbell's foundations on editorial advisory group and a steward of the Fifth Direction. Her talk today is how we bridge the inner world of myth and the outer world of our lived experience. And with that, I hand it off to Kristina. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Firstly, it's just wonderful to be in the circle with you. I'm coming to you from Vilnius in Lithuania. It's coming up to 10:30 p.m. So we're all in some form of dreaming somewhere. I wanted to share a presentation first because so often when the word myth is used today, it's used to mean a lie. So I want to just kind of get us up into like some frameworks so we're on the same page in our conversation, and then I'd like for us to have a discussion because I really believe in, you know, knowledge of one person, wisdom of another to a new higher collective form of different consciousnesses and different wisdoms. And so really why I wanted to present this is because I feel I think having a mythic perspective, an archetypal eye, a poetic lens, a symbolic narrative, all these things we struggle with when we're in a right-brained deficient culture. And so I just kind of wanted to bring, I guess, more of the piece that it's about intentional relationality, about embodiment, about the sacred, and this almost sense of that, how can our lives be lived on the back of a greater meaning, on the back of a greater story? Okay, so I'll share my slides. Again, I think as Monika was saying earlier, we're all neurodivergent, so I'm not so great at the chat and the presentation at the same time, but I'm sure I'll be able to loop back afterwards. And so if there's anything that you'd like to, you know, for us to discuss, please like jot a note down and we'll come back to it. I'm just seeing, I'm not quite sure if I can share the screen. There it is up there. Perfect, thank you. Okay, and I'm going to start from here. There we go. Okay, we're all good to go. Oh, perfect. Okay. So even just using this image here, so often when we're on our, you know, devices like 24/7, everything's a compression. You know, and it's almost like the, you know, what is that? God, it was in one of those like Mean Girl films or something, like, oh, she's a Monet, you know, looks great for a distance, but not close up. It's like the reverse, where almost like the vastness of what these images, which often are actually more a transmission presenting to us, how often do we actually open our souls to them? Because when we're in the, you know, compressed 2D version, the swipeability of it in a sense, the essence isn't almost in a way revered. Beyond respected, it's like a reverence that's there. So as much as possible, how can we place ourselves within these greater symbolic narrative structures that our eyes can take in, you know, that our hearts feel, that the thinking and the feeling and the willing functions can be engaged with them. Okay, let's go. So, of course, you know, actually, I'm speaking at the Jung Society in Melbourne on Friday. So, on actually the weird Barbie character and archetype in the Barbie film, and obviously Jung always gets referenced continuously in this work. But it's also, I think, very important to recognize that, you know, both Jung and both Joseph Campbell married heiresses. So it's a little bit easier to have your own red book experience and descend to the underworld when somebody else is putting food and bread on the table and running the household and things like that. So while I am using Jung as some sentences here, I feel that there's so many others that have taken on the work of the collective unconscious that might not always get the recognition. And I think that it's why, we love sitting in circles so much, because, that whole idea of conferences where there's, the one person on the stage that's the expert and we're the lemmings in the audience. Well, that's not really accurate, because really it's usually the quiet little mouse in the corner that has almost the piece that we require, the outsider or the fringe. And I think that, again, it's how do we actually hold, the tensions of the opposites? So to have the expert and the amateur as well, both in the realm. So all the most powerful ideas in history do go back to archetypes. And, W.H. Auden, you can look at my TEDx talk on archetypes where I go a little bit more into why they're so important, but it really is about how these invisible forces are influencing us. So people say, well, what are these invisible kind of forces? And, they can be anything, just as I don't want to say just as simple as a mood, but a mood can be one thing, but archetypes are obviously another. So I'm just going to read this because in case someone's in the background and they're on, they've turned their camera off and they just want to do their laundry or their ironing or tap on their phone, so they don't look at the screen, I'll read it out. So all the most powerful ideas in history go back to archetypes. This is particularly true of religious ideas, but the central concepts of science, philosophy, and ethics are no exception to this rule. In the present form, they are variants of archetypal ideas created by consciously applying and adapting these ideas to reality. For it is the function of consciousness not only to recognize and assimilate the external world through the gateway of the senses, but to translate into visible reality the world within us. So a lot of my work is how does it move from the intangible to the tangible, the unmanifest to the unmanifest, the invisible to the visible, And so when we're working and for those of you that have seen June 1 and June 2, the Bezigenerate and how they work, there's almost these mystical forces that are influencing us. And as Jung is saying here, how do we bring them into the reality of the world, of actually our experience? So because sometimes when I speak about archetypes, people are like, arca what? And then there's others that are super, completely kind of fluent in them. But if we just say really, really simply, they're just patterns, okay? Being lost in the forest is a pattern. Getting married is a pattern. Running late is a pattern, But when we look a little bit deeper, they're really patterns of power that the psyche is connecting to. And when I'm using the word power here, I don't mean in a patriarchal sense. I really actually mean power in the sense of how one wields their life force, right? Because we actually know whenever we hit a crisis in our lives, it's because of the mismanagement of our life force. And pattern recognition is a key skill of the now and the future. And yeah, I used to be a futurist, ex-futurist. And so people would always kind of say to me like, Kristina, like what should I teach my kids? Like, what are the skills? Is it this language? Is this, whether it's, a language of another country or whether it's the language of the computer. And I would always say it's pattern recognition, but also the patterns within oneself as well as those that exist outside of us, because really we have to be aware of the narrative I tell to myself about myself before we can co-create, say, what it means, a new narrative about being a human being in the galactic age. So pattern recognition is really key because through the patterns, we recognize both the changing and the changeless. So like a simple example could be, say, if we look at the seasons, so we know what is changeless is that, spring precedes summer, autumn comes, after summer, and then, then there's winter, et cetera, et cetera. And I understand, like I grew up in Australia, and Indigenous cultures in the north, they only have 2 seasons, and others there's a mixture between 5 to 8. So I don't mean just to keep it to the classical 4, but that there is a changeless structure. But just because we know that spring comes before summer, it doesn't mean that spring 2023 is going to be like spring 2024. There's the changeless dimension that's actually existing there. So they're both in the changing and the changeless. And that is the space where really almost like the chaos and the void can coexist. So it's not just about concerning ourselves with, data science and algorithmic and machine learning and all these digital, economic and financial market trends and patterns. They are important too. But can we actually bring into the space what are the psychological, the archetypal, the mythic, and the natural cycles that are driving change? So there's three aspects of archetypes. I mean, there's more, but let's just for tonight, let's just say that there's three. So they're neutral. And by what that actually means is the pattern itself has a neutrality within it, but it has a light and a shadow component. So if we look at, say, something like the archetype of the mother, it can be expressed as the good mother, just as much as the devouring mother or the helicopter mother or the tiger mother or whichever mother that there actually is. They're the tension of the perfect equilibrium, the light and the shadow. We can also kind of say that the shadow can sometimes be the fate and the light can also be the destiny. So how does fate become destiny? Fate, I would say in this example, would be, say, the cards you get dealt in life, and destiny, how you play them. So it's being able to kind of say that these patterns have both the light and the shadow, but they are not exclusively one or the other. They are just the pattern. So say if we take, because obviously here in Australia, we had Mother's Day this weekend, the weekend previous in Lithuania. You could say like, there's some people that you have met that, as children, that they would invite you over to play and they would play mom. And then they might actually, as they obviously got older, become like a literal mother. But then that might actually transform to being also a fairy godmother or an earth mother or a grandmother. But that patterning is actually constant within their lives. And so it also then leads, because as I said earlier, that right brain deficiency, we're not so great as always working metaphorically and symbolically, because really to make meaning, we can't enter through logic. We can't do it through the left brain. So say in an archetypal reading, someone's working with me and they get the, I don't know, it might be the beggar. But it's just like, but Kristina, I'm not begging. I'm not sitting outside the church with a bowl waiting for food or money. And it's like, but you could be actually like begging for approval, I don't know, on social media with followers or likes or something like that. Or somebody else might say, I'm not an addict, thinking that it's only a physical substance, but you might be addicted to always having the last word. There's a way to be able to see it from this vaster perspective, where it is much more, as I said, metaphoric and symbolic rather than the literalness of something. And they're impersonal and they're universal. So it's not like you're the only person that has ever been a mother, but that there's many that have had the archetype of the mother within their own individual personal experience. So again, when our psyche engages these patterns, they become individual to us, but the patterns are actually impersonal and universal. So occasionally, say there is a bully in the office, and often if the pattern would just bully anyone, but we do individualize it by making it about myself, but that bully would bully anybody because they have that kind of pattern. So or think about someone that has the martyr complex or, the Good Samaritan. It's the impersonality and the universality, but the individualization is your direct experience of it. So Jung also said, I would, rather be whole than good. And in our culture, really, at the moment, it's everyone wants to be in the light. It's the Facebook highlight reels. It's all our successes instead of like, the cutouts of the film on the floor, right? And within that desire then to only want the light takes us actually away from the wholeness. So the wholeness of being a human being, of having the vast scale of, if you think of like a keyboard of the emotional scales and the kind of the frequencies of life, and just limiting us to a little repertoire, which we exist in because we're so desperate to be seen in the light, to be seen in the good, rather actually than to be seen as whole. And this is what Hillman actually was saying here about, myth. So the power of myth, its reality resides precisely in its power to seize and influence psychic life. The Greeks knew this so well, and so they had no depth psychology and psychopathology such as we have. They had myths. And we have no myths as such, instead depth psychology and psychopathology. Therefore, psychology shows myths in modern dress, and myths show our depth psychology in ancient dress. And again, it's how do we develop these skills to have this lens of perception in a culture at the moment, or a schooling system that's very science, technology, engineering, and maths focused. So just step back to get some framework again to what Campbell was saying about myths, which is, that they represent the human search for what's true, significant, and beautiful, And that there's the four functions. So there's the metaphysical, that's the sense of awe before like this mystery of being. And in the Northern Hemisphere, obviously, we just had the Aurora Borealis this weekend. Unfortunately, I missed it, but total FOMO, seeing everybody's pictures. But again, so many of my friends who saw it just like it really awakened that awe, you know, where we get the word awesome kind of from. You know, the cosmological, explaining how the universe, the shape of it, how it kind of functioned, how it kind of came to be. Sociological, you know, validating and supporting the existing social order, and the pedagogical, which is really the part that I'm really interested in, which carries the individual through the various stages and crises of life, where it's almost like not that we look to myths for the one singular answer, but that they can hold us in the mystery of questioning. So you're probably, I think it's Julia Olela's quote, you know, which is like, knowledge is a love affair with answers, and questions are a love affair with the mystery. And I think myths really, they do show us that the gods are like us in both their suffering as well as their triumph. And so you look at Goethe's quote here as well, you know, he cannot draw on 3,000 years as living from hand to mouth. And again, we're eking back then into that survival existence then. So Campbell repeatedly made clear in his many books and the interviews with Bill Moyers. So you might want to have a look at the Joseph Campbell Foundation's website. Last week, I wrote a piece on how we move from abstract knowledge to embodied wisdom, which was based on series 5 within the Power of Myth series, which was on love and the goddesses. And within that, as they're speaking, and this is just one of the quotes, which says, you know, he says, the deepest truths about life, the soul, personal meaning, our place in the universe, our struggle to evolve to higher levels of insight and understanding, and particularly the mystery we call God, can be described only by means of a story, a mythos, or a ritual drama. The myth itself is fictional, but the timeless truth it expresses is not. As Campbell put it, myth is what never was, yet always is. And one way I like to describe it is when we're saying like once upon a time, you know, that's how we start a lot of things, like once upon a time. And to me, that's actually just once upon a now, because it's actually, it's in the now. So as I said, I'm Lithuanian, but I grew up in Australia and studied Indigenous cosmology at university. And the Indigenous, they don't use the term dream time, because that's almost in a sense that it locks it into one particular time frame. Or people would say, oh, these are stories from ancient times ago of, you know, how, you know, a particular river creek was made or a mountain was formed. Instead of what they prefer is the term dreaming. And all of us are dreaming because it's present continuous. So this present continuousness of it, not once upon a time, once upon a now. These are not these like myths and legends and folktales that we, I don't know, look at a Grimm's fairy tale and say, oh, that would have been great in the 1800s or so. Actually, no, the aliveness of them is very prescient and very now. So again, another Jung quote, you know, meaning makes a great many things endurable, perhaps everything. And you're probably aware of the 5 stages of grief from various forms, or if not, from Taylor Swift with her new album that she put out with Apple. She did her own breakup playlist on the 5 stages of grief. But actually, the book was actually then re-released with another one added, which was actually meaning. And one of the co-authors with Elizabeth Kubler-Ross himself lost his son to a drug addiction, and actually just said it doesn't, you know, it's not enough to do the denial, the bargaining, the anger, the depression, and the acceptance. It was actually meaning was where the healing actually occurred, and that is really what I feel that the myths and the archetypal lens can give us. So you're probably aware of, you know, after the pandemic, everything was like all about either, you know, how do we get the economy back up and running, or whether it was about vaccination, and just this sense that only the poets, in a sense, will be able to make sense of this. And I think that's why so many of us, you know, I say that because many of us don't descend to the underworld, which is, you know, the realm of Hades. And again, look at my TEDx if you want to know more about that particular myth. But it's almost like because of our unwillingness to descend, we've turned the upper world into the underworld. And, you know, there was this real time in the pandemic where the hermit archetype could really have benefited us, but it was almost like the Netflix and chill version. And I think that we are seeing the long-term effects now of this when we can see an increase in mental health, alcohol addiction, domestic violence, all of these, in a way, things that were sleeper during that time are there. And again, it's again, only the poet in us, that archetypal aspect of us, will be able to kind of make sense of that. So myths really are the fundamental patterns of society. So when I said, like, what are the patterns? Yeah, it's like knowing your own individual patterns, the patterns of nature, biomimicry, of course, but also the myths, and to truly know ourselves, to know thyself. It really is about knowing the gods and the goddesses. So again, if we look at, it was obviously the Delphic maxim, if you went to the Oracle of Delphi, but, know thyself was on the top of the Oracle's door in the Matrix film. We see it time and time and time again, because in knowing thyself, I know the universe. And so often people find it difficult to work with myth because they take it literally. But a different way of interpretation, or my invitation to you, it's not like a brother and a sister get married, right? That's the literalness of it, that people are saying, there's actually a saying that says the Greek pantheon, they were the ones that put the funk into dysfunction. But it's really, if we can see them as styles of consciousness that got married, and that if we actually see these myths as actually metaphors for our actions. So mythic symbols, they really are these portals to engage the mysteries of the cosmos and the correspondences between cosmos and psyche. That's a wonderful book by Richard Tarnas, a shout out to him. And that these symbols and images help us to hold our deeper psychological experiences, because myths really are descriptive of our unconscious processes. And when we're engaging mythic material, that is actually what's allowing for the encounter with the unconscious. So there's myths, and it's interesting that sometimes when I might present this either at a work around like this at a school, or sometimes a university, that people that haven't had a classics background at all, and you just show this image and straight away there's Sisyphus. And you're like, where did that actually come from? That knowledge that this is like Sisyphus. Or you might be in a meeting and someone might just say, oh, the Sisyphean task, or like this boulder is like Sisyphus. So they're in the collective, they're actually influencing us. And I guess that also shows the power of these invisible realms, because you might not identify, say, with being Jewish or Christian, but living, say, a Judeo-Christian culture. But you might see, like in the supermarket, sin-free chocolate, or guilt-free ice cream. Or those that read the Bible say literally that it's why they might find it difficult to do projects involving the environment, because the mythology actually in Revelations is dependent on the world burning. So it's so important to know actually how these invisible forces are in fact impacting us. So Camus wrote about this, about Sisyphus, saying, like, what if we actually imagine Sisyphus was happy, right? So we might say, oh my God, me and all my emails, like, oh my God, finally get all my emails cleared today. And then, oh my God, I wake up in the morning and there's more again. Like, how do we actually make that process actually happy? But I think part of it is more, again, how do we get out of everything being on the individual, the burden of the responsibility continuously being on the individual? So those of you that do family constellations work or systemic thinking, or even just the example of, say, an alcoholic, it's something that's symptomatic in the family and in the culture, not just the individual. So I think it's actually, how do we move out of this idea of the individual in the myth, rather than actually moving it more towards what is the collective journey that needs to occur? The sirens, there's so many ways things are sirens in our lives. I'd say for at one time for Elon Musk, it was like when it was called Twitter, like Twitter and Ambien and red wine, like that's his siren, right? For you, it might be like, oh my gosh, for me, the clickbait is like, I don't know, like Beverly Hills 90210, where are the stars today? Something like whatever that siren call is to you, that clickbait that pulls you off course, right? Because you weren't actually like Odysseus, you didn't have beeswax in your ears to prevent that call. So there's always these things that are wanting to kind of take us off course and off task. narcissists. I mean, gosh, there's we could do like hours on this one, but it's almost just, again, but most people are not quite aware of what occurs within the myth, where his drowning actually occurs, being so actually obsessed. And we can see that with so many people obsessed with their self-image, or in a way how they're being perceived, and that we just use other people and situations and events as a mirror to reflect upon us. So there isn't the intentional relationality with another sacred human being. It's only how will I appear in the gaze of the other, and then in the gaze of social media, as well. So let's kind of keep going. Next, so fate on here, which is really like flying too close to the sun. So, I mean, this could be some boomers saying this about, I don't know, some millennials in the workplace, like, I remember when I had to do photocopying for a year and I had to do this, and all of a sudden they walk in and they want to be the top person and things like that, So it's that sense of how do we, in a way, it's beyond actually respecting our elders. It's actually more being able to say, it's like the Latin is the senex and the puer, the elder and the youth together. How do we co-join ourselves in our kind of experience? And again, it's very, because Phaeton loses, he wants to take the chariot out from his dad, Helios, to like impress everybody, flies close to the earth, scorches it, up to the sky, burns it. And it's that, like, when we get that new power in ourselves, I don't know, maybe it's like, if you've ever been through a breakup or something and some post-esteem comes back into you and like, how dare they speak to me like this and do all of this? And it's almost like this new power is in your system and you don't know how to be with it, So these myths show us like, not just that it's like one way, like, but they actually point us to what is that direct truth within myself, and how can then I embody it in a way that is more aligned with truth and beauty and justice, those higher Platonic ideals. And you're probably aware of the three fates. In Greek, they're actually called morai. Morai actually just means a part of. So often people can be very fatalistic, but actually if we just say, no, the direct translation means just a part. So, maybe all of us have had things in our lives that, I always kind of say, because I get asked this question a lot, is everything predetermined? Is it free will? Is it fate and it's destiny? And it really is the both. It's you have to get out of the either or. It's the both and. So all of us have had that accident that no matter what, it was going to happen, right? Whether it was going to be the bike, the car, whatever, you were going to break that leg no matter what. There was something within that. And then there's others that we do have our hands on the steering wheel, but what we often do is we're trying to control fate and abdicate our actual responsibility in our destiny. And I really see this with the environment. We've really taken our hands off the wheel, where that is a place that we can actually put our hands on the wheel and actually have some agency. So really, mythic truths are emotional truth. And again, it's that sense of, the feeling states in your body, whether it's the contracted state or the expanded state, actually knowing how material is impacting you emotionally. Because, as I said, I used to be a futurist. I could tell you, or intuit for you things that would occur. But say if you don't feel safe in your body right now, more information won't help you feel more safe. And all of us are in a way like, it's like, oh, well, I need more material things or more identity things, but none of that will be able to, if in your body, and if you, and again, most of us are highly emotionally dysregulated, so it's like a huge ask, to be able to say, it's almost like, no matter what happens in life, that I can say to life, bring it, and I will be able to meet whatever comes, right? And that is how we start finding that safety in that body. And that's then how more emotional truths can live in us. So mythic stories, they're really the psychological cradle for our lived experience. We're connecting something more to the left brain, the one that's always analyzing and judging and rationalizing and everything like that. And really, when we don't have an underlying meta story individually and collectively, we're more anxious. Right? Because it's you as an individual struggling on this long, arduous journey, and it's only me that this has actually ever happened to. But, well, what about Odysseus in Homer's Odyssey? Like, it's almost like you're not alone. And again, it's almost like the sense that the myth is almost in a way, it's not like it's the map as the singular map, like this is the way, but it's almost like a blueprint. And then there is the ability for your destiny to activate that blueprint, but not that you're some isolated little speck of dust that the world has forgotten about. Because the underlying myths, what they do is they really provide the cradle to view life as a divine drama, because our lives are lived on the back of the bigger story when the personal is meeting the mythical. And I see this so often missing in meetings. Like I'm studying at the moment embodied ethics in the age of AI. And you can see how so often in conversations around technology, myth or archetypes or our emotions don't have a seat at the table. And this personal and meeting the mythical really, really needs to be there. And so myths really speak to our psyche in its own language, and it's a way really that the psyche and the soul can be seen. So as we know, society is really currently gripped in fear, where we're awaiting this regenesis. And the stories, we tell ourselves, they allow us to achieve both distance and objectivity, because again, we become the meaning makers and the context givers. So our stories can enslave us or they can liberate us. And just think about your own personal narrative, whether you're just saying, oh, this is hard or this is easy on such a simple kind of level. Your story can enslave or kind of liberate. But first, there actually has to be the awareness of the storying function of the psyche. So we give meaning to our experiences through the stories. So what mythic truths can they contain? I always say, with this image of the phoenix, like so often everyone wants their phoenix moment. We don't just want Ben Affleck with a bad tattoo on our back, right? We want to go, like all of us want sometimes that, and even sometimes when we've had hard times, and it can be sometimes the saying of like, just want to die, I want to give up. It's not what we want. We actually want to be reborn. We want the rebirth. But so often understanding the myth is that the original phoenix has to become 100% ash. And then out of the ash, you touch it and go, new life comes. But most of us, we're about 70% burnt. We don't actually go the full way. So we're walking around a little bit wounded, like 70% burnt with a like one half functioning kind of wing, wondering why the rebirth actually hasn't occurred. And that is so often actually linked with, because we need a new identity to be reborn with. And that's really the dark night of the soul process. And that's the underworld. And that's really about how do we get across the river? The bridge across the river is like, I can't be the same person that crosses it to be the one on the other side. So it's so important, actually, I always say, like when you, for people that work in the medical field, to be able to, when they're speaking to people and just say, know what archetypes are running them, because say someone's got the princess, they're not actually invested in getting better because they're waiting for the rescuer or the knight to heal them. Say you're, again, in the martyr, you want to almost suffer and not actually take the medicine that the doctor has kind of prescribed. So important to be able to understand what are these myths and these narratives, and knowing that the archetype that I'm in at the moment, I don't know, maybe you get some health challenges, like the victim's not going to get you to the gym, but the warrior will. And how do I enact that warrior within me? Not just like on a mental level, I know the pattern of the archetype, but I embody it in my posture, in my dress, in the vocabulary that I use, as well as my thinking, feeling, willing, actions, and choices. So these narrative techniques, they're transformational, and we do need these new narratives in times of great transformation, because we really are in this state of transition. Liminal gets bandied a lot, but it is because we've got disintegration and integration occurring simultaneously. And cognitive reasoning just cannot lead to transformation in an unknown world. And I would even add, because I've myself just gone, through a heartbreak, and again, I'm with Taylor Swift on her new double album. The cognitive reasoning of it won't actually get you to where, like the who, the why, the what, the where, it won't get you there. And so that's why we're craving this emotional storytelling, which has an archetypal resonance, because say we go see a film or we read a book and that the protagonist is done archetypally well. And by that, I mean, there's the fate to destiny journey, there's the light and the shadow, that basically, if they have an epiphany, that epiphany also belongs to us. If they overcome it, it becomes us. Because it's so archetypally resonant, their, whatever it is, that their ebullience or their radiance or whatever, it also belongs to us. So again, we don't engage myths to just be merely entertained, but we want to become transformed and become closer to our human potential. So it's how do we cultivate this consciousness that perceives life in mythic terms, And remembering that our crises also have the gods and goddesses in them. So how can that shift our attitude and our imagination? And often I get asked, well, Kristina, what is the myth of the future, right? And Campbell would kind of say, you can't predict it anymore, that you can predict what you're going to dream tonight, okay? And again, but as he said, the future myth that is one that just it concerns the planet and everybody on it, but also how do we reimagine these myths? So look at Hadestown, which was a musical that was based on Orpheus and Eurydice and Persephone and Hades. Why is it sold out every night? I was in New York, I couldn't even get tickets. I'm, still upset about that. But then, anyway, why, when we know that, every single time Eurydice looks back, Orpheus looks back and loses Eurydice. But we actually believe that the one night I go to the theater, he doesn't look back. He doesn't look back. That's how myths are so powerful, because we can rewrite them and reimagine them. So what is it like if Persephone consciously descended? What is it if Orpheus didn't look back and Eurydice returned to the upper world? What do those worlds look like? That's the hopeful imagination that a lot of this work is about. And obviously Moonrise, how that was able to, that first image, be able to change the myths and the narratives. A little bit more here on Liminal. Because of time, I want to hear from you, but just really recognizing that there's epoch, periods and moments that liminality is, it's as much as, the dawn and the dusk, as these greater periods, or say maybe astrological ages that people kind of speak about. So again, as the thinking systems scholar Joanna Macy would say, we have to be, both the hospice workers to a system that's dying and the midwife of what's new, and that it is occurring simultaneously. So even in your own life, what are you currently hospicing as well as simultaneously midwifing? And again, I love this kind of underworld kind of image. It's both the Hilmaraf Klimt, I think that, again, another lecture there on her archetypal narratives. So in the liminal, how can we resist turning uncertainties into certainties? Unknow what we don't need to know anymore. We all know the future of education is unlearning. And then how do we hold the tension between what's dying and what hasn't been born yet? So the false certainty of the past with the uncertainty of the future. I love these Frozen two soundtracks. Anything in your life, if you're going through a difficult time, one needs an anthem. You got to pick yourself an anthem. And so I think The Next Right Thing and Into the Unknown are perfect for these times. And I just really want, in the last 8-10 minutes, is just want to say, what do you see? What particular myths or archetypes do you sense in popular culture? The why, the how, the where, the when, the for whom, and what insights are these mythological or archetypal lenses gifting you? And there is debate whether it's Pandora's jar or her box, but, why was the final thing hope? And again, going back to the seasons, we've all had the winter of discontent, but the spring of new birth and joy does always come, no matter how much we think it won't. So what is it to be able to live in that hope? So I'm going to stop my screen sharing and take some questions if there are any.
Kristina, that was absolutely wonderful. Yeah, let's take some questions from the audience and see if something comes up. Add you to spotlight, Chris.
This is awesome. This reminds me of some of my happiest moments in high school and college, where there was just open discussion with people who devoted their lives to something specific, so you get to pick their brain. So I appreciate you being here. Discovering the myths, I'm curious how you can, realize when you're engaging in an archetypal cycle of engagement with someone when you're triggered into it. How do you reconcile that with blood memory? And how do you use your discernment on yourself to help you self-regulate in a way that is not just rational, but is also in line with where you want to go with this, bringing the future to the present moment, which is what I'm hearing you negotiate. And also what is the constructive way to use, if any, to use this discernment to help those you're trying to engage with, perhaps to life-affirming means, to snap out of the archetypal interaction. For example, if I'm trying to interact on the human level, I don't hold on to my Indigenous Haitian cultural heritage. I allow myself to be human to human, so I'm not triggered by someone's whiteness. But if they're engaging from that paradigm of reality, how does one become resilient and also reasonable interacting with something that is a virus to that part of my identity, but is not that, like, overall is not necessarily dangerous?
Yeah. And you bring up such a great point, because there's so many levels of identity that you actually mentioned there, right? So individual, the collective, one's own ancestors, generations, trauma has its own identity. It's a really big kind of piece. Often, there's this saying, either you do an archetype or an archetype does you. So there's, if say in astrology, Mars, which is more like the war, the violence, right? We all have that part of us. All of us have Mars somewhere kind of in our chart, right? But if we're not aware of it, it's like that unconscious acting out, rather than, I can transform that into a conscious sacred anger and direct it kind of here. So I think you bring up this, the most important point, really, that most of us are unconscious to these. Really unconscious. And sometimes you might even have, sometimes someone in the paper might be able to say a political commentator might say maybe Trump might be the emperor that has no clothes on, and it might pin a little bit, we get a little aspect of it, but I would say inherently it's difficult. I'm not going to say it's kind of easy. But the first is to be able to have the ability to have that meta perspective. So, but it sounds to me like you have that because you're aware of how you're engaging with people, how I'm kind of engaging. But it's then to be able to say, well, what are the patterns that are involved in this? I think sometimes if that, I didn't grow up with classics, so I didn't really know all the myths myself, but it's almost easier to start with the archetype. So it's to be able to kind of say, because I don't know, you might have a friend and you love that friend and you say, I don't know, James, meet Nelly, and you wonder why they don't get along, but you just realized your rebel gets along with James's anarchist, but Nelly is a teacher's pet. Do you know? So it's almost oh, okay, no wonder that didn't. So it's almost like being able to kind of recognize that's that, right, because it works in that sense. So that's the archetypal piece. I would say it's how am I reacting? Because someone could be, they say, the pioneers always get the arrows in the back, right? Because they're trying to do something, and then the settlers, everything just comes to them because almost in a sense they didn't have to go through the pain of that. And so you can sometimes sense those things, those patterns in people, and then that gives you, I guess, a way into what will my reaction and my pattern be. And probably the best thing that I can say is, so I'm trained with Carolyn Mace, and she works with survival archetypes. And the four are the victim, the saboteur, the child, and there's lots of different children. There's the orphan child, there's the nature child, there's the wounded child. And the fourth one is the prostitute, not the person on the street corner, but how we sell ourselves for safety and security and survival in the physical world. And again, obviously myself, where I am in Lithuania, being right next door to Ukraine, we're in survival mode. At the moment, and everyone, I think, in existential angst, the environment, etc. So those four are really big. And for me, that would be, and Carolyn Mace, who founded this model, she would actually say, in a way, the worst curse you can say to somebody is, may you be born with low self-esteem. And those four are really the legs of the table of self-esteem. They have light and shadow components, but I would start with those because how I engage with someone, it usually actually comes from one of those four before we then can have a look at that bigger picture. I hope that helps a little bit. Does that give you something to go with? Okay, great.
Thank you. We have 2 minutes that we can ask. I actually have a question, but I would love for somebody to come up if nobody comes. No, I love this talk so much, Kristina. It's so wonderful. The archetypal thinking, the mythology, Jung's work. I think it's really shows us ways of thinking that can shift things. And right now we're in an age where there's an insurgence and an importance of the feminine, of the of the queer, of the LGBTQ plus community. And it makes me think of what myths or what is there in the canon that, and for me, like one of the things that comes up is maybe not a myth, but a theater performance, by Aristophanes, Lysisatra, of the idea of women deciding not to have sex anymore because to end war. In these times of so I wanted to ask you what are these kind of shifting narratives that we can also include other perspectives from other parts of the world and kind of maybe not binary perspective, that the mythos sometimes gets too much caught in the binary.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, one thing that just immediately came to mind is the archetype of the Great Mother. And Eric Newman wrote a great book about it. And so it's almost like again, what goes beyond like the duality and the binariness of it. And I think it's not the patriarchy or the matriarch or the patriarch or then make it matrifocal then, or that it's something completely different that we can't even know, at the moment. So I think it's like really being able to say, why do we have to go into the extremes of the pattern at the moment? And so Jung would say you have to hold the tension of the opposites so that numinous third can appear. And I think we haven't engaged more of that numinous space for that other alternative to be there. But we can see that obviously if we look at, say, at politics, it's a two-party system, or it was gender two, so everything that's breaking down we can see around us that isn't actually being supported by this greater truth. But I'm not quite sure if that narrative has been able to be articulated yet, because I think it's still in that embryonic stage, but we can see again, like those forces of disintegration and integration now occurring simultaneously. So again, that's not really an answer, but it's just like the finger pointing to the moon, yeah.
Thank you so much for that. I love that. The finger, don't look at the finger, look at the moon. So with that, thank you so much, Kristina.
Thank you so much, everybody. It's been a pleasure being with you today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
So with that, let me introduce Neha. Neha Sharma is a co-founder of the Center for Ethical Land Transition and Land Liberation and Rematriation. It's a nonprofit. She's dedicated to equity, regenerating the commons, and a bridge building between disciplines. She focuses on coordinating the collective insight and foresight in order to restore and regenerate the right relationship with our planet. Neha is also a part of the Design Science Studios Curriculum Council. So with that, Neha, you have the floor. Thank you much. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you all so much, Kristina. That was such a fabulous presentation, and Pablo and everyone behind the scenes, thank you for making this happen. It's such a thrill to be here and to be able to share more about land reunion and liberation in these times. Let me play with the technology and make sure you all can see my screen. Is that working? Can I get a thumbs up? Okay, wonderful. Well, I'm Neha Sharma. I'm joining you all from Lishanaloni land. And I just thought I'd take a few minutes to just reflect on this really pivotal moment that we're all living in. But before we get into that, let's take a moment to connect to the place that we are in. If you feel comfortable, close your eyes, take a deep breath. Connect to where your feet meet the earth. Maybe reach through the floor, down to the soil, and consider, what has this land seen? Who has this land been? Who has stood there, sown seeds there, rested, danced? What sorrows and what joys has this place seen? And how can we honor, remember, and be in right relationship with this land right here, right now, in a good way? I think so many of us know and are aware that land is at the base of all of our relations, from our neighbors to nourishment, community and connection, to the wonder and awe from simply being held by this beautiful planet. And if you feel ready, feel free to open your eyes, reach back up through the layers of stories that soil holds, and arrive in this present moment. We're living in the in-between times. I think we all know that we're in the middle of a just transition. So many presentations before have referenced that we've somehow formed this transactional, extractive economy that essentially treats land as a commodity. And as we're retranslating, relearning, unlearning, we're unraveling the ways in which we've created disconnection and dissonance from ourselves and from each other. And we need to leverage these systems as shapeshifters and form them into something that creates the conditions for more vibrant, life-giving ways. And many of these paths lead back to land. We're at a very pivotal moment. In the last year, we've seen more headlines with the words land back, rematriation, land reunion than ever. At last, we're addressing the effect of colonialism through a quickly growing land justice movement. Generations of violent policies have displaced and excluded Black, Indigenous, and other systemically oppressed communities from having long-term home and belonging. This has severed us from our language, from our lineage, from all of the ecosystems that have been a part of the mythos, the values, and the ways in which our ancestors have lived. We need land reunions now more than ever, as land stewarded by Indigenous and local community care can protect and restore ecosystems that are critical for all of life. And reuniting cultures displaced from land is just the right thing to do. But how? How can we reorient? How can we live in today and grapple with the systems that are in our present moment and transform them into these future ones? At Center for Ethical Land Transition, we serve this significant moment of reckoning and healing by showing up for this movement. We provide grounded support to help title holders relinquish ownership, relinquish their entitlement, and transform this into reunion with those who have been separated for so long. We use this by utilizing the conventional practices such as real estate and legal practices into a new era of infrastructure for the land justice movement. And we utilize this compass to reorient us. So in the North, our star is coming into right relationship with land, experimenting with legal innovation for culturally affirmative collective stewardship, always coming back to this inquiry, knowing that today we know more than we did yesterday, and tomorrow we will know more as well. How can we constantly come back to restoring our sacred relationship with Earth? And as we navigate title holder relinquishment, how can we also hold the all-encompassing journey of what it means to have a somatic and emotional relationship, and not necessarily a letting go of, but a coming back together so that we can collectively steward land together. We create education and accompaniment for title holders to meaningfully redistribute their wealth. And as we help folks reunite with land and culture, we also recognize that this is so much more than just a signature on paperwork. there is an experience that happens in our bones, in our bodies, that is also emotional and somatic, that touches on what it means to reach back into the several generations before that were also on this land and reconnect with those stories, that language, and so much more. It takes time, and there's radical accompaniment that's required to be able to hold all involved in this transformative moment. And to hold this, we also need to convene the ecosystem of practitioners. We need to build and nourish a network of facilitators, real estate agents, lawyers, and faith leaders so that we can all come together and hold the movement infrastructure for the land justice moment. And I hope that this provides inspiration, not for what can happen tomorrow, but what can happen today. In the last year, we've transitioned over 1,000 acres into Indigenous, people of color, and systemic oppressed communities' care. Just in California, this is what has happened. If we can all come together and meet this moment, leverage our skills and systems and transform them so that we can be reunited with ourselves, each other, and the land, I think we'll live in a really beautiful and vibrant place. So let us listen to the sign of the times. We have the opportunity to shift new paradigms. We can dance over the false lines in the sand while we connect to and liberate the land. Thank you. I'm not sure how we are on time, but happy to field questions or thoughts or comments. I'll take a look at chat as well.
So we're a little bit low on time. I was trying to spotlight myself, but I can't find the. But thank you so much for your talk. Let me pass it on to Amanda. Wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Let me introduce Amanda, our next speaker, Amanda Joy Ravenhill. She's a globally raised entrepreneur, activist, systems thinker, regenerative strategist, multidisciplinary artist, and climate communicator, dedicated to weaving the tale of our living Earth regenerative metamorphosis. Let me bring Amanda up. Spotlight for everyone. Thank you, Amanda.
Hi, great to be here with everyone. My new project, so I used to run the Buckminster Fuller Institute and was a co-founder of the Design Science Studio, so it's really wonderful to be here today with you all. And my new project is the Museum of Tomorrow, where we're designing the future together. And I'll get into it in a little bit, but it's a immersive museum that will be, our flagship will be in Washington, D.C., really answering that question of how can we step into a visceral, somatic, embodied experience of this future that we desire. Because so much of the ecological movement has been communication around the future that we don't want. And as we all know, what you put into the world is often what you get back. And so, yeah, we'll do a little exercise today of stepping into the future that we do want. But first, let's do a little exercise. So let me share my screen here. All right. Invite everyone to close your eyes and take a deep breath and imagine a 2050 world, about 25 years from now, where we've just totally facepalmed, failed at addressing the ecological crisis around us. What does your favorite place look like? As you're looking around, are there rivers? Are they flowing? Does the landscape feel like? What's the texture of the soil? Is there a coastline? How has it changed? What's the hottest day of the year like or feel like? What about the wettest day of the year? You walk into your local grocery store, what do you see on the shelves? Or what don't you see on the shelves? If you have kids, what are their lives like? What are their dreams or fears? All right, you can open your eyes. Sorry to do that to you, but I think it's very critical that we face the brutal facts of the climate emergency that we're in and recognize that we all have a pretty detailed vision of what it could look like when fires and droughts and floods and all of the consequences of extreme weather begin to hit our local bioregions. A 2050 future, business as usual, not the path we're going to take, but something to just face and look at. Los Angeles will have pretty common temperatures of 127 degrees Fahrenheit. The air quality index will be something like 650, which is like smoking 2 cigarettes at once, 24/7. Miami will be uninhabitable under about 5 feet of water. Europe will likely have descended into some sort of ice age because the Atlantic Ocean current will have stopped. And Mexico City will have regular wet bulb events and just massive, massive heat waves. Wet bulb events are starting to happen now, which is basically 95 degrees Fahrenheit, 95% humidity, but it's the point at which humans can no longer sweat. So it's heat waves that become unsurvivable if you're outside in the sun. So yes, it's grim. And I believe in the Stockdale paradox, which is a prisoner of war in Vietnam who, by facing the brutal facts, was able to take action and was able to know that by being a prisoner of war, he was in the most defining moment of his life and that he would get out eventually. And a lot of the other prisoners with him kept on having these hype cycles of like, we're going to get out by Christmas or we're going to get out by Easter. And they went through these just huge troughs of disappointment after cycles of hype, and it really destroyed them. And so the Stockdale paradox says, you know, face the brutal facts, know that you're in a defining moment and keep on moving forward. Pragmatic optimism. I like to call it optionism. We still have an option to make it, so let's go. So yeah, invite you to close your eyes once more. And imagine a 2050, again, about 25 years from now, where we have just massively, massively succeeded for all of life in addressing the ecological crisis. What does your favorite place look like? How do people look when you look at them in the eyes? As you're walking down the street, what do you see around you? How have things changed? When you go on an adventure, what do you see? What kind of things are you celebrating with your local community? And you can open your eyes. I've asked probably over 1,500 people now to do that second visualization, and very often, this might be a different kind of crew because of what we focus on with the Design Science Studio, but very often it's really an untold story. People just don't have the same kind of definition and fidelity of this alternative to a climate destruction story. And it's a huge problem. People generally either draw a blank or they go back to the good old days before this was a problem, or they go into some Jetsons, sci-fi, utopian, fragile, unattainable, non-diverse future. And so we really need to complete this picture. And, you know, if you look at marketing, you always sell the upside to something, right? BMW doesn't sell you cars by saying, if you walk everywhere, you'll get tired. Apple doesn't sell you phones by saying people who don't communicate with their friends get lonely. Nike doesn't sell you shoes by saying your butt looks ugly, get your ass in gear. And Martin Luther King definitely didn't go down to the mall and say, we have a problem. He said, I have a dream. And I just want to invite everyone who's participating today to, as you're going about whatever you are to create this protopian futures possibility sphere that we're all working on, to do your best to sell the upside. Desire, I think, is really the missing piece. We've inundated people with bad news about what's going wrong. It can cause paralysis. Not to say we shouldn't have it in there. I think it's a blend. But just bad news alone can cause you to just be in your amygdala, your fight or flight or freeze reptilian brain response. And too much good news can create apathy. People are like, oh, there's tons of progress. I don't need to worry about it. But desire creates action. And if people can really imagine that future and what it's like, they'll be willing to do anything to get it. So that's what we're doing at the Museum of Tomorrow. We're building this immersive experience in Washington, D.C., where people will be able to come together and design and co-design the future with us. So rather than it being an immersive experience of a future that we've created as the creators of the museum, it's really about people coming through and co-creating with us. It'll be a 90-minute experience, about a $40 ticket with all sorts of subsidies so that everyone can join, and about 900,000 people a year will be joining us. This is our location. We're right off of the Capitol Hill and the mall, super central. We chose DC for a bunch of different reasons. There's 28 million museum goers a year there. And so people are really primed for it. The whole world comes through DC, but also in this building is a whole slew of lobbyists from across the political divide. And so we see DC as this kind of locus of both sense making and decision making. And, we'll have individuals come through the museum experience, but we'll also have groups and alliances be able to come and use it as a situation room for the future in order to be able to do future casting and alliance building. So this is a rendering. This is for future locations where we'll take over big box stores, but the etymology of museum is a shrine to muses. And our muse is very much the spark of life that comes through a seed pod. So this is a seed pod opening. It's that, that primal song of life wanting to create more life. And the 3.8 billion years of research and development that life has been doing that we can study through biomimicry. This is an internal rendering. This is a work in progress, but some sort of way that you could communicate with a living tree, but also communicate with the AI that works behind the whole experience to tell it what your dreams and desires are, what your favorite region is, and not only the content of how you respond, but how you respond will help us design you an experience that is bespoke to not only the content of what you want to see, but how we can deliver it to you in a way that really pulls on your heartstrings the most. So this is kind of the flywheel that we're going for. The Bannister effect is this cognitive bias. Roger Bannister was the first person that we know of, at least, in recorded history to break a 4-minute mile. And previous to that, we thought it was physiologically impossible. Once he did it, 46 days later, someone else did. And it's really just this cognitive bias that says seeing is believing. And so how do we get there? First, through emergence, really inviting people to come in and co-create with us, emerge their possibility, their idea of what a future could look like, and help to start design it. And then those individual visions will then turn into a collective vision using the AI again to do pattern recognition and find the consilient view, so like the common thread between people, and show people that we're all in way more agreement than we've been told by the divisive politics and media landscape that we live in. And then we'll take that collective vision built off of the individual vision and put it through the best in experiential technology, AR and VR combination, in order to create these really visceral embodied experiences for people where they feel something that they can't unfeel. And that's how we'll get to the banister effect and create this flywheel of possibility to step into utopian futures. So many people have said this in many different ways over the years, but before it can be created, it must be desired. And before it can be desired, it must be imagined. So I'm going to invite you all to join us in this mission to generate a new gravitational force, really pulling the public, pulling everyone into this creation of the more beautiful world that we have all imagined together. Thank you so much. And I have an activity we can do together. I'm not sure how we are on time, Pablo, but
we're good on time. We have some like 8 minutes,
okay.
So to get some questions.
Great. Yeah. Any questions?
I actually have a question if nobody comes up.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you, because in design people talk a lot about, you know, if you gather a large group of people and ask them to buy ice cream, they're gonna go and get vanilla or chocolate, which seems like contrarian or but sometimes it's like you want something like pistachio, or you want something that is a lot more kind of. And so how do you bridge those kind of really genius ideas to kind of the common denominator that can be the lived memories and the lived experience of what the imaginings can be in this kind of system that you're talking about.
Yeah, we've been talking about that a lot with our AI advisors from the beginning. Like, you know, what if everyone wants flying cars and all of a sudden like all the futures have flying cars in it, and maybe that's not actually attainable, though there are a lot of different EV helicopter kinds of stuff popping up. Yeah, it's part of the like technological thing that we're chewing on. It's just like how to continue to seed randomness. I just read this book called Notes on Complexity that's all about complexity science and the importance of what they call quenched disorder within complex systems. So it's like, in order for a complex system to be adaptive, it has to have this like element of chaos, basically. Not too much chaos, it's quenched disorder, but in order for systems to continue to evolve, they need like basically random things to be thrown in. So yeah, imagining kind of like what that could be, but also, you know, you're not only Jane McGonigal, I don't know if you know her, she's a futurist who wrote this book, Imaginable. And she's done a lot as like social simulation futurism work. And it's not just people responding to prompts, but it's people responding to other people's responsive prompts if they want to share. And so in that way, you get kind of like a more complex tapestry rather than just, the vanilla or chocolate A or B response. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I want to ask the crowd if there's any other questions, because I have a lot more questions that I can ask.
Okay.
Is anybody raising their hands? So I have another question for you, because I'm really fascinated by museums, and I love what you said about the House of the Muses, and kind of this place, and you know, you have people like Benjamin Franklin, and they believed actually that these muses were real, and that and that leads me to a question about when you create these muses, or they do house these muses of desire, of what we're visioning. You have the art world, you have curators who decide what becomes part of art history, what becomes part of history, what becomes, and right now we have algorithms as curators in a way that are curating our feeds, that are curating. So how do you weigh you know, the kind of educated aristocratic view versus the emergent, and I guess it relates to the previous question as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what that brings up for me is like, you know, in this age of AI, people are saying it's like the future is more about being a DJ than an artist, a DJ than a musician. You know, it's like about the creating a filter or creating like a theme that ties other things together. So I think encouraging people, I mean, we will have our own filters and like ways, especially as more and more people, you know, up to 1 million people a year coming through this space, we'll be able to figure out kind of like, you know, for the earlier conversations here, different ecological archetypes as people remember their ecological identity. And through that, we'll like be able to create more and more refined filters and hopefully a whole diversity of them that will enable people to, yeah, kind of remember their ecological identity and then see their future through that, depending on how they grew up. You know, maybe they grew up in nature, but they grew up in nature, you know, hunting deer, you know, and that could like change things. But what was the party? Yeah, I think, yeah, a lot of it will just be emergence too, and seeing how people come through the museum, you know, and seeing how people want to interact. You know, a lot of the experiences we're designing, it's less about telling one story as it is like creating a environment in which many stories can be told. Like one of them is a hot air balloon time machine where you walk into a room and you climb into a hot air balloon basket, and then it lifts up and like this landscape below starts to illuminate, and it'll have, you know, maybe you'll like go through a time machine of seeing a biome go from like total verdant, you know, beautiful agroforestry that's been, you know, stewarded by Indigenous people to completely degraded and then to totally regenerated again. But you'll see like an infographic on top. But that's just one thing that could be put through this architecture that we're creating, and that could be skinned in, you know, infinite ways depending on how people react. Chris is asking, what are the examples of European ecological identities you encountered or remembered via the emergence pipelines in the museum? We haven't started yet, so I don't have examples of that, but I know Pat McCabe is a great resource for European Indigenous wisdom, if you haven't encountered her work before. But just with the last couple minutes we have, I would love to share with you all this tool I've been working on, very much a work in progress. That is on this site called Poe that helps you like create chatbots. And basically it's like a world build story worlding process that enables you to like step into a future, and it has a bunch of prompts, and I've trained it on biomimicry and permaculture and systems thinking, regenerative design. But it basically takes you through these 5 steps where you like forecast different desirous climate futures, you refine those forecasts, then you create texture in a forecast through like creating a scenario around it. And then you ask it, prompts you through creating like an actuation pathway of that scenario. And then finally you make some sort of artifact, some sort of art piece out of it. And I've done it a bunch of times, and it's like, it really helps you understand like what, just the texture is of these different futures and all the various things that could unfold. So I put it in the chat as well. But yeah, that's a good tool you all can play with, and I would love to hear feedback on it too. So
wonderful. I think Harlan has his hand up, so I'll bring him in. Let me see where Harlan.
Hey, Pablo. Hey, Amanda. It's so great to have you here today. So really inspiring. And, you know, a lot of what you were talking about is very similar to what I've been working on, the New Earth visioning, to ask people to see what this future looks like. But I love the way you approach it. It's a really, you know, really can prompt people. Like you said, you've hit a wall with a lot of people not being able to. So anyway, it's really encouraging to share these visions and to inspire people to all start thinking and dreaming about it, because that's what's going to bring it about. My question, though, is more about this museum that you were just talking about a little bit. And I didn't hear as much about that information, but so first question is just to, if you could explain that a little bit more, but it sounds like you're doing some virtual exhibits. And so the second part of my question is, I've been developing this idea of this crazy arcology 12 spiral city that I would love to develop into like a virtual game where people can come and then develop their own areas of it, mutually, and see what other people do and take ideas and just make this, and it grows over time as a virtual reality 3-dimensional city. And if that would be something that could be featured in the museum. So that's my whole question, if it makes sense, hopefully.
Yeah. Right now we're focusing on the physical, but there's definitely a whole metaverse of extended play kind of experiences that people can have once they go through the museum. So I'd love to, learn more about was it the 12?
Yeah, the 12 spiral city. I've done several
12 spiral
presentations.
city, yeah.
It's an arcology. It's based on Palo Solari. It's exactly what Palo was proposing, and then overlaying some sacred geometry and a way to practically build a megastructure, starting small and building it over time, instead of like, let's just build this one giant, megastructure that like Palo did crazy drawings of. It's this way of adopting his concept of to develop 3-dimensionally as opposed to our 2-dimensional sprawl. It's like it's almost like a realistic way, even though it's kind of harebrained scheme. We'll follow up on this more. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Talk, and love what you're doing. We definitely need to stay connected more. And thanks, Pablo. Good to see you, and looking forward to the rest of today. Okay.
That was wonderful. So up next we have Chad. And Chad Frischman, he's the CEO and founder of Regenerative Intelligence, Regen Intel, a global advisory and agency superpower by the network of world-class systems thinkers, doers, creating virtuous cycles of regenerative intelligence. They enable effective implementation of system solutions for the planet and the people at scale. He's also a core partner of the Design Science Studio and has been here from the beginning. Thank you, Chad, for being here. And the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pablo. And I'm also really excited to welcome Jessica Grootman with me today, who's part of our Regen Intel community, which so many of you already are. It's such a pleasure to be able to follow the wonderful, amazing Amanda Joy Ravenhill, who's also a co-founder at Regen Intel, and as well as we are co-creators of an organization called Project Drawdown, which some of you may be familiar with. I'm super excited to be able to talk to the community today about what is regenerative intelligence, both from a conceptual perspective, but also like what we are as an organization now, because, a lot of folks often ask me, because they're familiar with my work with Project Drawdown, which for those who don't know was a nonprofit that was mapping, measuring, modeling the most substantive technologies and practices that can stop and begin to reverse global warming, co-founded, of course, by Amanda Joy Ravenhill, Paul Hawken, and through the three of us together co-creating the solutions framework. A lot of people ask, like, why did you leave your baby after 8 years? And I said, well, we nurtured the baby until she could walk on her own 2 feet and get her own job. And then we gave birth to twins. And I don't know, bless you all for being able to take care of 3. I can't, so only 2. But I want to kind of go back to that history a little bit because, when we launched Drawdown, people kind of thought that we were these typical atmospheric climate scientists coming together to map all these technologies and practices at scale. And Paul Hawken's a business owner and an entrepreneur and author, and Amanda Joy Ravenhill, as you just heard, is a systems thinker, coalition builder, visionary. And I worked in that space around Indigenous people's rights and well-being, sustainable development, and environmental conservation. And it was through that lens that we were looking at climate, which is an unusual lens to enter into this space from. And one of the reasons I think that it's so special and why I want to bring it up as we think about regenerative intelligence is because when we launched Drawdown, the idea was, how can climate be a wonderful, great opportunity that comes at a terrible cost that we just heard Amanda talk about, but a great opportunity to create a regenerative future? If we found the right system of solutions and implemented them well, we could stop and begin to reverse global warming. And do it in the right way, we could advance forward to creating something even more ambitious, which is to activate humanity to become a planet-positive species. And that vision, that audacious goal, we thought actually when we were talking about drawdown as stopping and reversing global warming was audacious, but actually becoming a planet positive species is even more ambitious, more audacious, because it requires that we stop and reverse global warming, as well as stop and improve the livelihoods and lives of all beings on this planet. To be planet positive for us means, as a species that contributes more than is benefiting from the well-being of the planet and all life. And I think we can all agree, as we've heard so many times earlier today, our species has deviated from this course, this more natural state of being, interspecies biodiversity state of being. And we have created our own human systems of exploitation and extraction, which you heard earlier so often. So how do we course correct that? How do we become more planet positive in return to a more natural state of being? And that's the mission of this new organization, Regenerative Intelligence, or Regen Intel. And it's premised on the idea that we have to fundamentally change the systems that we're operating in, because the best that we can do in the current system that we're operating in is achieve our sustainability goals and targets, to reduce the harm that our system is enacting on this planet and on ourselves, and stay within our planetary boundaries. But if we interrogate that system, if we interrogate this framework of sustainability, the ability to sustain the systems we're operating in, and ask ourselves a really fundamental question: are we being inclusive? Are we being equitable? And perhaps most importantly, are we being just? And if we start to weave these concepts into our framework for change, sustainability is simply not sustainable. We can't incorporate those really fundamental questions about inclusion, equity, and justice in the systems we're operating in. We have to change the system itself to a new system, a regenerative system, because regeneration is sustainable. Sustainability framework has been co-opted, is not, but regeneration is. And a regenerative system is one that places life at the center of all of our decision-making. It's moving beyond the exploitative systems, beyond just sustaining the system, to a fundamentally different outlook that moves away from the endless growth economic paradigms of exploitation and extraction, and towards a regrowth economy of abundance and well-being for all life. That is the core of what a regenerative system is all about. And hold on. Oh, there we go. I think we're moving a little bit of a tech challenge. And we know what the systems and solutions are and the strategies are to achieve this regenerative future. That was the purpose of Project Drawdown, to start with what are all the technologies and practices across all areas of human activity that, if we adopted, could solve some of the most fundamental challenges that are part of the systems that we're operating in. But if we do it wrong, if we pick and choose the winners and losers of different types of solutions, if we silo our efforts, we're never going to actually achieve the greater vision, which is to create a regenerative system. We have to see all of these different sectors and industries as integrated, interoperable through this system, which we know actually is the case. But we have, in our way we've operated in the mindset of extraction, exploitation, endless growth, we've siloed each of these sectors and industries, but they're actually fundamentally integrated. And when we start to see them as integrated, we start to implement those solutions and strategies in a coherent, holistic way, we can create those sustainable and create abundance and sustainability, true sustainability, with justice, equity, and inclusion at the heart of those systems. But here's the challenge. Our leaders are not even close to being equipped for this journey. That effective pathway has not been charted. Like, how do we actually get there? We understand the possibility of what solutions can achieve, but how do we implement those solutions in the right ways so that we ensure that we're multi-solving for the polycrisis while we are directly dealing with the urgency of the climate crisis? And this is where Regen Intel comes in. We've been created to help solve this critical problem by superpowering and emboldening current and future leaders to implement the highest impact system of solutions for people and planet at scale. And I I want to really hone into this word emboldening. Now, first of all, I believe we all have superpowers that when taken together towards a common purpose can achieve magic, can achieve seemingly serendipitous miracles that can transform the system. But we have to also be emboldened. We're not just empowered or enabled, but to be emboldened to take the next step forward. And that means we need to have the knowledge, the tools, the inspiration, and the community to feel confident and bold taking that step forward. And that's where Regen Intel comes into play. We want to equip those leaders with the knowledge, the skills, the tools, and the inspiration plus community to be symbols of regenerative achievement and catalytic leadership. And I'm running out of time, so I want to go quickly through this. We're also establishing an ecosystem of activators we call the Cosmos of Stars. These are our at-will, on-call activators that are real thinkers and doers. We don't take any talkers, no takers, no appropriators. It's all about those who are creating ideas and implementing those ideas in the real world. And we have over 100 of them from all over the world, many who are probably on this call, some who have spoken today. And this cosmos, the way we work together is we have this methodology of constellate, create, communicate in order to activate. To find that marker on the horizon to achieving our regenerative goals, we have to bring together the right constellation of stars, activate those stars to do the work, and communicate that in ways that are effectively able to implement solutions. In Regen Intel as an organization, we are structured around three core premises. How do we generate knowledge by bringing together and aggregating knowledge from many different points of view and perspectives from both the Western, more dominant scientific paradigm to indigenous wisdom and indigenous science, to how do we work with organizations to help transform them and so they can actually implement real solutions, and how do we educate and advance the knowledge base from that learning to create more and more leaders with the skills, knowledge, and community to move forward faster. And in parallel, remember, I mentioned that we gave birth to some twins. The other twin is our nonprofit called the Global Solutions Alliance. I'm going to go quickly through this. It's a coalition of organizations and individuals creating an online collaboration and digital knowledge platform we call the Solutions Collaboratory. This is a combination of a data, open sourced, common knowledge commons of data, information, stories, case studies of real solutions, period, that affect climate as well as helping to solve the poly crisis, that with an open source modeling framework that anybody can use and develop, and layers of collaboration layers for researchers, practitioners to contribute and generate knowledge that ultimately has a highest level of a public engagement tools through dynamic user interfaces, super powered by artificial intelligence, AI, so that we can create meaning and application for the knowledge and data about real solutions for policymakers, for investors and funders, for companies and businesses, citizens, all as a free and open source public good for humanity. There's a lot here, and I went through it quickly, but what I want to highlight is this is what we mean by regenerative intelligence. Creating a regenerative future means creating the systems themselves that are regenerative by nature. How do we create a knowledge base that is a public good for humanity? How do we change and transform current leaders to actually implement the right system of solutions and educate future leaders, all in the same process of creating a community-based ecosystem that are with true collaboration? And this is the concept of regenerative intelligence, and we are part of that development of this. Now, I know we're running a bit at a time, and I have to pass it to my colleague, Jessica Groupman, who is here. She's one of our very first inaugural Regen Intel Fellows who have gone through our first course at Regen Intel, and she's going to pop on and talk about her climate quest, which everyone who takes part of our course identifies what is their next step on their longer journey to create a regenerative future, something actionable in the world that they can actually make happen. So I'm going to pass it off in the last few minutes that we have to Jessica Groupman, who is here to talk a little bit about her quest.
Thanks, Chad. And hi, everyone. It's great to be here with you all today. I mean, I suppose you can think of me as sort of a case study of this process and the ways in which this program helps facilitate this concept of regenerative intelligence. Just by way of very quick background, I came into this program. I have an 18-year career as a technology analyst. I've been studying all sorts of different emerging technologies, but also looking at regeneration. I was on my regen journey for, about 4 or 5 years prior to this course. And brought both of those in with this sort of deep recognition that in many ways technology has been replicating the same extractive playbook in the digital economy as we have in the physical economy. And really looking at, well, how can we harness our technologies in service of regeneration? We have a long way to go there, but this is sort of broadly across the entire tech ecosystem. This is the core inquiry that I have. And this is also what underlied my climate quest from this program. One of the great things about the program is that it really takes a wide angle lens. I'm kind of one of those nerds who's taken some of these regenerative courses before, and often they really specialize. This course is covering everything from permaculture to finance to leadership to the built environment, land management, et cetera, et cetera. And what sort of became clear was actually technologies play a role across all of these. That system of solutions that Chad presented, there's a sort of technology angle that underlies all of this. And so in many ways, this was an exercise in synthesizing. Well, what then would we be accounting for if we were creating technology in service to life? As Chad mentioned, sort of emboldening this question to take it into all of these different environments. So my quest was essentially distilling this into an invitation to the technology community to support the regeneration of living systems with data, with technologies, and with digital innovation. Now, what I created in an attempt to answer this question of what would we be accounting for if we designed technology for systemic health was essentially a tech stack. Those in tech will be familiar with this concept of a tech stack. But often we really only focus on what we're designing. We only focus on the application layer. So there was a big step back of looking at, if we were to take this further, a kind of layers 1 and 2, and 3, in other words. So this is part of my climate quest of essentially asking, well, what are the foundational intentions and principles that go into all the technologies that we create? It doesn't matter if we're talking about AI or blockchain or 3D printing or anything else. What are our first principles? How are these tools governed and financed? And how do we think about them in terms of their life cycles? And then in layer 3, what I kind of think of as the ecology of tech, the impacts, the relationality that all technologies have with our systems, our social systems, our political systems, our communities, et cetera, et cetera. And so this was really kind of a first step of creating this invitation to the technology industry to inspire, to help envision these futures, to envision how we, as investors, as designers, as engineers, as users of these tools, can harness them for systemic health rather than just throwing a tech out there in service of a specific use case for a specific user demographic. And that's it, really optimizing it for profits and for a business objective. So this is part of this kind of regenerative intelligence platform, is that these projects can grow. And I'm excited to invite you all into, or at least keep on your radar, regentech.co. This is a platform that has been born out of this climate quest from the Regen Intel program, which is really a platform to essentially cultivate the soil, to cultivate the layer 1 across all these different stakeholders with examples. What is regenerative technology? Language, a shared language is crucial for this, and tools for us to actually begin to bring this into, how we go about designing and building the technologies that we want to have. This is, in many ways, this regenerative intelligence concept is a virtuous cycle. And you can see how kind of participating as part of this course lays the seeds for, in my case, creating this platform, which hopefully will seed into the ecosystem, but also playing with Regen Intel as part of that, testing the theory of, the stack framework, for example, with real world applications and real world projects that are also part of the Regen Intel ecosystem. So a little bit of a case study for Regen Intel. Hopefully that gives a flavor for what we're doing here, and how to bring this concept forth into the world.
Thank you so much for joining us on the call, Jessica. Maybe we can stop sharing and just have we have a few more minutes left that we can chat. And it's really great to have this as Jessica as a representation of this concept of regenerative intelligence. And you even saw in the two tech stacks around the Global Solutions Alliance and Regen Tech, we didn't see each other's work before Jessica gave a presentation on her quest. And I saw the tech stack and I'm like, how remarkable it is that we're having these parallelisms happening. And I feel like Regenerative tries to encapsulate that, nurture that, grow that. And in the process of doing so, how do we bring more and more projects together and people together in ways that are truly collaborative? And so Regen Intel, as well, company, organization, is actually really about the concept. Like, how do we actually create regenerative intelligence and as a means for a baseline of a knowledge system for that regenerative economy? And every one of these projects that comes together and works together collaboratively and interoperably, you can see the synergies already happening. And Jessica, I don't know if you feel this way, but I know I've been feeling this way over particularly the last year. I would say there's something in the air. There's some energy in the air of a coming together, right? I often talk about the great opportunity for creating the regenerative future. And there's something about the great coming together also, these parallelisms and synergies with the work that you've been thinking about with regentech.com for many years, the Global Solutions Alliance, Design Science Studio, the Open Futures Coalition. We're going to hear from Jamaica. I think she's coming up right after this. There's so many seemingly serendipitous synchronicities coming to be in this moment in time. And I find it really, really exciting. I don't know if you've seen that as well, if you're feeling that energy.
It's incredible. I mean, we're in a moment. This between worlds space that we are inhabiting definitely is coming up in conversations, both within this community, but also far beyond. We were talking about this the other day. I'm having conversations with people on very different parts of the world, of the political spectrum, different sectors, all around this sort of like, we know this model isn't working. We know we don't want our kids in this environment. We know that this isn't it. We know this is not right. And looking for these new bridges. And what really excites me is the ways in which there's new sort of cross-pollinations across different sectors and across different ways of thinking and ways of knowing. So yeah, it is a moment to be in. Yeah.
Well, we'd love to invite you all to take more of a look at Regen Intel's work, and we're right in the middle of cohort 2 right now. We're having another cohort 3 starting in this fall in early September. You're welcome to take a look at the courses that we have there and any other ways to intersect with Regen Intel's broader ecosystem, the Global Solutions Alliance, and of course, regentech.co. If there's any questions or comments, Pablo, I'd love to field them, but I know we also have limited time.
Thank you so much for that. That was absolutely wonderful, and it seems like incredible work and incredible ecosystem that you guys are building. And you're right, we are in this time of transition, and it's very important to weave and to connect. I see no hands raised, and we are running a little bit kind of short of time. So, with that, thank you so much. Let me introduce our next speaker. Thank you, Chad. Thank you, Jessica.
Bye-bye. See you next time.
Ciao. So our next speaker, as Chad mentioned, is Jamaica Stevens, is the co-founder of Open Future Coalition, a developing social, technological, economic tools for systemic change. She's the author of Re-inhabiting the Village, Co-creating Our Future, focused on village ethics, regenerative principles for social transformation, ecological stewardship. Jamaica is also the Design Science Studio Curriculum Council. Today's talk is about becoming a resilient person in place, and she'll share some principles. With that, Jamaica, you have the floor. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much, Pablo. And it was so fun to get to hear you, Jessica and Chad. Thank you so much, and Amanda as well. We're definitely colleagues on this great journey, and I just feel really grateful to be invited to this incredible gathering of the Regen Era Rising. Thanks for the Design Science Studio and obviously BFI and other partners for pulling this all together. I am Jamaica Stevens, and excited today to talk about becoming a resilient person of place. you might hear behind me our gosling friend. I intentionally chose to come outside for this particular offering. And so if you get to have a little flavor of the ones who live here, that was by design. And I invite you actually to take a moment wherever you are, if you're able to, on your computer or on your phone, if you can, take a walk outside for the next few minutes with me. I'd totally invite to get maybe out of the room you're in and step outside on your balcony or your lawn or in some other place where you feel like you can access some ground. And if that's not possible, I invite you to open your window and put your feet flat on the floor for a minute. And I'm just going to take a moment to just be in place together. So I am right now on the Blanchard Creek watershed, which is sourced by Mount Spokane here in the inland northwest of Turtle Island. I am on our 65-acre farmstead that we are the current stewards of, and we are standing on the lands of the original peoples of Spokane Nation, who spoke and speak a Salish dialect. And so living in this place has been a profound opportunity to be in even deeper communion and really continue to hone what it means to be a person of place. We're sharing this land with incredible amount of migratory species. This pond here behind me is home to Canadian geese that come through and birth their babies here, to many species of ducks like mallards and wood ducks and all sorts of interesting songbirds and bluebirds and robins, and the ravens, which actually spend year-round here. This is their home. And so we've named this place the Ravenhill Botanical Sanctuary. We have 16 species of pines, and we're right at the edge, the eastern edge of the western red cedar, which is my favorite tree. And many deciduous. We have this beautiful aspen grove here, which is a mother tree that sparks up its own little baby roots and has taken over a big part of our land here. The willows, the cottonwoods, and we're also a migratory path for black elk who grace us with their presence, white-tailed deer, the occasional moose comes stumbling through the land, wild turkeys, and all numbers of species. So it felt right today to start this conversation by just really naming and recognizing the context of place that I reside in. I will share that I come from the Columbia River watershed originally, a little bit more towards the coastal region here in the Northwest, and original homes of the Chinook people, Salmon Nation, and spent 42 years there. So I am a member of the bioregion of Cascadia, which is very rich and alive right now, very active with a lot of organizing happening around our bioregion. So I acknowledge all the peoples and languages that I do not know, and then I'm learning, and appreciate all of the histories of this region that I am learning. It's definitely a land that's been defined by these ancient glacial floodings that have carved these river valleys and left these water-rich deposits of lakes, and that you can source trail all the tributaries down out into the Pacific Ocean. So I offer that because I feel like one of the most profound points of change that I've been able to sort of identify in the system as a regenerative social systems designer is to really reroute us as people of place. And I think there's a lot of profound opportunities to remember ourselves as a part of a living system that has a living intelligence, as was pointed out by my peers here earlier, that there is a very much sentient living intelligence of this planet, and that I think we have an opportunity as one species of many to retune ourselves and recalibrate ourselves to remembering that we're not inherently separate from this planet, that we're very much a part of the living intelligence of this planet, and that we are influencing and influenced by a very sentient, dynamic, ever-evolving living force. And I think fundamentally I've identified in this systems work that getting at the real root of the original separation of humans as anything other than living systems has been kind of a root cause of creating separation and othering that has compounded upon itself for so many thousands of years that, we've really brought ourselves to the brink of collapse in this unprecedented polycrises from, I believe, inherently forgetting that we belong deeply to place. And so I feel like in a lot of our work, particularly with Open Future Coalition, where we really are getting at levers for systemic change, really reforging the vantage point of social systems as living systems and beginning to help remind ourselves and then act from a place of not only biomimicry, which is sort of modeling ourselves after nature and nature-based solutions, but becoming a nature-based solution, being the nature that is part of this evolution of the planet that's choosing at this time to be like a planetary immune response to, the sort of dis-ease and disorder that, we definitely contributed to. And I think that's the way that we become a restorer species or a planet positive species, as Chad mentioned, is really first and foremost putting our feet on the earth and remembering ourselves as people of place and looking at what we can affect, what change we can affect right where we are, along with what we need to do to accomplish the systemic levers of change at institutional levels, policy and economics and global social systems. I feel like there's a rising up of the opportunity for communities of place and practice to really be catalyzed and fortified. And so that's a lot of the work that we do at Open Future Coalition. We are, like has been mentioned here by others, we are on the way to launching our Living Library for Local Solutions. And a first step in that has been to launch our Regional Resilience Fellowship Program. We're very excited about it. We've got open solicitations happening right now, and we'll have a cohort of our first 15 to 20 projects throughout this year that are really working to do that deep listening to the solutions and strategies that are emerging from regional efforts. I believe inherently that local people understand local context and know what's needed. I think especially when we merge people who are organizing at a local level with traditional ecological knowledge and indigenous wisdoms that have been long held in place, we have the power to unlock a very local, contextually relevant, culturally and socially and ecologically relevant set of solutions. And I think that that is part of the movement of change that we're here to help spark, is to resource those efforts on the ground that often are under-resourced, and to connect and support the coordination of what has often been siloed efforts on the ground, to be able to actualize our own local solutions for forging our own resilience, to be self-determining of what it is that we need to apply at a local level. I'm particularly passionate right now about watching the organizing patterns around watersheds. I think it's a very powerful local organizing pattern because there's such interdependency with our local watersheds. And it's a way of mapping outside of maybe nation state or city or county boundaries and understanding a more ecological view of our interrelatedness with our place. There's a lot of communities beginning to forge these watershed councils and beginning to look at how, using the methodologies of story of place. I want to give credit to Regenerative group. If you all out there don't know Regenerative, I highly recommend researching their work. But the story of place methodology of weaving dynamic and diverse perspectives along a shared ecology, and in this case, I would say a watershed, gives the opportunity to sense make sort of what's unique and what's actually common ground in a region, and then look together at how to organize and strategize for what kinds of actions can be locally applied. And I think there's a lot of power in also recognizing that the story of place includes the non-human worlds, that there are stories that our geology and ecology and the non-human community members of place have to tell. And that together, through that sort of biocultural mapping and local community resource mapping and research projects that really unearth what are the geological and ecological impacts of a place, meeting with personal narratives of story along watersheds, I fundamentally believe there's a powerful opportunity for these bioregional efforts to begin to organize at the level necessary to start preparing in advance for the kinds of, I'm going to put systems collapse and transition strategies in a very kind of double-edged sword. I think it's important to help prepare communities for the realism that we are facing systems collapse, while doing so in a way that gives us autonomy and power to determine how we want to move through that collapse, and how we actually want collapse to be an opportunity for systems transition towards a more regenerative and life-affirming worldview and way of living. And so I feel like focusing the area of effort right now on regional efforts and really fortifying those regional efforts with the resources and the tools and the capacities they need to self-determine their strategies for preparedness, also be able to address crises faster, because that local organizing is probably one of the most powerful opportunities we have when facing crises, and particularly climate mitigation issues, that we have the opportunity to rebound faster when we're connected, when we understand our local resources, and when we've forged relationships of cooperation long before we need to deploy them. And I also think that it gives an opportunity for reimagining, as many people here. I loved Amanda sharing sort of what kind of future do we want. And I think we have the opportunity to also lean in through these community and bioregional efforts to forging a story, to be story makers of the kind of future that we want to see, and allow maybe this collapse, while in its complete detriment to human species and many that we're taking out with us, can also be an incredible liberation point if we find the way to leverage it and allow it to be an opportunity to grow and to change and mature as a species. So yeah, I don't want to take a ton of time today other than to point to some resources. Like Chad mentioned, there's many efforts afoot, both for that social transformation, the economic resources necessary to support these regional efforts, and certainly the technological advances that are happening. And I think cooperative tech for good and the cooperatives that are forming around advancing tech for good is a very powerful place of leveraging the system. Certainly at Open Future Coalition, we have launched the Open Impact platform, where we've been working with about 200 organizations and place-based communities in 40 different countries for these last few years to really model what's possible with that coordination and collaboration. And what we're doing with the Regional Resilience Fellowship is beginning to work with those targeted regional fellows to really document the local strategies, interventions, and solutions that are working for them on the ground. And in documenting them, to begin to source those into templates that allow this sort of living library of locally based solutions to sort of emerge in an open tech space, the way that Chad pointed to as well. And I think the power there is that by having these libraries of solutions that can be in global learning communities, the peer-to-peer learning is so essential, because of course we can't homogenize any solution or intervention. There's so much complexity and context of the local ecology, the local cultures, the local place that needs to be able to be versionable and remixed. So what we're working with is these living libraries that allow for peer learning, so that folks facing very unique challenges in different geographical areas, but also some common threads. I'll take an example of, how our communities in Rajasthan working to reverse desertification through community-led efforts to restore watersheds. When we look at the, southwest of the U.S., there's some similar challenges happening. And so we have this opportunity to facilitate that global learning while still applying a lot of focus in place-based contexts. So I'm just very excited that more and more of these communities are coming together, and that we have the opportunity to share as much as we can the incredible collective intelligence, both of the human communities and non-human communities. So I hope today you took a minute to just consider your own relationship to place, to know the stories of your own place that you reside or that you caretake or that you're a community member of, and begin to look at what points of resilience in your own community we can begin contributing to and participating in. And then from that place, those of us who are systems change thinkers, how do we then source from that local resilience and our local engagement to then, inform these systemic global challenges that we're all tackling. So I sense with Pablo here that I'm coming to time, and I really appreciate the opportunity today to share some thoughts here by my little pond here.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Jamaica. This is so wonderful. And that I kind of want to recognize also that I'm calling from Bogota, Colombia, Bacatá, the land of the Muisca. Here is the Monserrate and Guadalupe, called Chiwanchi and Teusaka. But Chris has a question for us, and we're short on time, so let's keep it.
I'll be brief.
Thank you, Pablo. Thank you, Jamaica. This is awesome. And I love and I resonate with everything you shared and also the perspective from which you shared it. A way that I feel like you're probably more like practiced and probably exploring than I am, because I'm pretty new to like being organized and collective action. So I'm curious in your practice with collective action on these values. In application, beyond the words and the virtues, how do we actually acknowledge the ecology of the human biome in nature? For example, my environment is the beautiful land of oaks, which is multiple indigenous tribes that I don't happen to belong to, but my indigenous tribe is being occupied by modern colonialism. I am not angry about this. I am aware of it for reasons I can't avoid. So I'm curious, do we name what a virus is or a fungus is? And if so, if I wake up in the middle of realizing I'm having virus-like or fungus-like activities by working in big tech, for example, when I did. So I wake up in the middle of that, beyond acknowledging that I am embodying something and making it unhealthy, how do I repatriate? How do I actually give back to the people I'm naming? And how do I also diffuse the social capital that I'm receiving by naming those virtues back to the communities that desperately need whatever resources that social capital could actually get them? How do we hand the baton to the local pimps who are actually protecting women in different ways than our consciousness could, in the Western paradigm, can understand? Or like the unspoken heroes that don't have a Western label that's clear and legible to a white eye, a patriarchal eye, but people who are talking people off the ledge in queer houses as mothers. How do we, without understanding, set up sustainable systems of actually giving that power of self-sovereignty to those communities and then letting it like populate and like grow throughout the microbiome?
Yeah, such a juicy question. You answered so many and made some really, really important, incredible points around how do we start to unravel decolonization, and how do we in any way reconcile the radical oppression and the systemic privilege. It's so fundamental. And so one thing I'll say I noticed is that working with a lot of indigenous communities, I recognize that like as a white woman from the West, I can't claim indigeneity, but I'm informed by and infused by the learnings I've had about what is it then that's my responsibility and reciprocity as a human on the planet right now, regardless where I come from or where my ancestors came from. That's why I use the term person of place, because I think person of place allows all of us to not only have sort of a sense of belonging, but like with belonging becomes responsibility. You have a reciprocity. You have a responsibility to show up and give what you can to reverse the impact of what has been taken. And each one of us has to do that in our own way. I think the main thing I always encourage is like, when we're doing this dismantling in our own self, when we're decolonizing our own imprints, when we're recognizing that privilege, I do think there's something about the power, particularly of story. I think it's a place that finds common ground to listen and understand, to hear. Like truth and reconciliation doesn't come until we hear and really understand the various vantage points of where we have enacted harm. And every single one of us has. Every single person on the planet is currently in some way has a point of harm in us, as we have the potential to like heal that harm. And I think that that's coming up for me really strongly, is how do we move into spaces where we begin to listen and understand what perspectives we're carrying, what oppressions we're facing or have enacted on people's, and how do we begin through story, I think, to dismantle those in a way where we can find any semblance of understanding and common ground to even begin like a trauma-informed response to doing the radical work necessary. And I think sometimes what's challenging is with so many systemic problems, we're not getting at the like person to person, like person to place level. And that's problematic because we're just kind of stacking and stacking and stacking complexity on something that has like a very, I think, intentional core, which is like, how do I just regulate my nervous system as a person on this earth facing these polycrises? How do I start unraveling my impacts on the planet and other people? And how can I do that in an authentic way that like isn't tokenizing, isn't overreaching, but is an authentic way where I can show up and do what change is mine to do? And I think if everybody starts to approach it that way, everybody can be empowered to sort of be humbled and look within and notice ourselves and notice our own actions on the planet and begin to decide how we want to show up for that. And I don't think it's perfect. I think your question points to complexities and something I'm definitely a student of. I am not masterful. I am learning. I am figuring it out. I am wrong often, but it's that alone as being willing to say, I don't know, but what I can do each day is say, how can I belong to place and be in a communion and a relationship with the land I live on more intimately, understand that I'm extracting from the land and what is my point of reciprocity to give back? And then how can I do that in the communities that I'm a part of? How can I show up and recognize that I'm benefiting from the labor or oppression of others? How do we start to face that and still show up and say, so what can I do? Because often people, I think, give up in apathy, or we try to like move away the uncomfort. But living with being a trauma-informed humans on the planet at the time of collapse, to me, is a maturity of our species to handle and face and stand together with the intent to be compassionate and to look in the eye things that are very challenging to look at and be like, I don't know. And how can we help each other learn? And I think story is a really powerful place to start even the beginnings of understanding someone else's perspective and beginning to understand your place in the context of a community or an ecology. So I don't know if I have the answer with a short soundbite, because I know that the organizers want us to move on, but I think there's whispers there that you got at, and whispers I hope I sort of got at, that are about, I think it actually is fundamentally being in deep relationship. And I think we sometimes skip over deep relationship for surface relationships, especially where tech for good is also the double-edged sword of tech for division. So I'm very interested in how we can like really lean into what it means to be in true relationality. We're not going to heal unless we do it. And if we don't heal, we're not going to solve the poly crisis. We're going to continue to reinforce the existing sort of worldview and a fundamental set of patterns that got us here. So that's why I've aimed my arrow at like, okay, here's these places where I think if we start forging reconnection and responsibility and reconciliation and resilience in really local ways, I think if we pattern that in as many places as possible, we see maybe a horizon where we can get to that future I know a lot of us are really working towards and hoping for. But if we don't resolve that, I'm concerned we'll miss it, and that we'll kind of gloss over the top of the horizon instead of getting underneath and being sort of sourced from the soil of the earth itself, reforging us and composting us to grow something more beautiful. So I'll offer that because I know I got to aim, but I love your question, and it's something to give me some pause to consider some of the things you mentioned and ask that question for myself. What about those things? You know, how do we bring that into practice in an authentic way?
Thank you, Jamaica. Thank you so much for your talk, and it's so important to connect ourselves with the land. And thank you, Chris, for your question. It's very deep, and it's really the questions of our time. How can we evolve in our in an understanding of ourselves and connect deeper with our context, our relations. So let me introduce our next speaker. We had a bit of a shift in the schedule, but it's and Melody Simei Akaris is a bio-inspired kinetic architect, sustainability and permaculture designer, innovator, and design scientist. Passionate about nature-inspired technologies, she focuses on nature's ingenuity and connection with humanity, and facilitate design courses based on bio-inspiration for adults and children. So with that, Melody, you have the floor. Thank you so much for being here.
Hello, everyone. It is really wonderful to be with all of you. Today, like all of these wonderful presentations, I would present about the biomimicry and also the project that I'm holding in Turkey. Firstly, as Pablo have introduced me, I'm from Istanbul, Turkey. I'm Melody Simay, and I'm working on biomimicry and inspired by Buckminster Fuller for more than 20 years right now. So today I have a presentation for you, and I will also ask some questions to get some feedbacks also. So today I will talk about the project that is called BioLearn, which is inspired by nature about the education for primary and secondary schools. But first of all, I would love to start with what I have already presented in Regenerative Rising in cohort 2. And it was about the biomimicry and bio-inspired design, living one with nature, one for Earth. And as Jen and Benyus have declared, the biggest design challenge is finding the way how creatures did till today without destroying the place that will take care of their offspring. And it's really important that to know that we have the potential to regenerate the places and regenerate the ideas. So that is connecting for the living re. And in biomimicry, as all of us know, we take nature as model, as measure, as mentor. And when we change our mind to see nature as the mentor, so everything is blossoming in any way. And we have the sustainable solutions around us, 308 million years. A living system is all around us. So we need to see, we need to feel, we need to sense, and we need to connect, align with nature. And we know that life creates conditions conducive to life. And I had found this really interesting, like the tree of life, to show this video from the Zoom. And the tree of life is really connected. And when we look to this tree, and when we write the human, we are all connected. And this connection is really gives us big opportunity to see this abundance. And all of us are connected, and we have so many things to settle together. And we are just one tree in this world together. Oop. So as we talked about already, that nature have that technology to inspire us, to make us know, to learn from, like this wonderful dragonfly, like how this really makes her wings with this lightness, with this, like in 1 second, it is swinging its flies so many times, but it is not broken. And this one is really spreading its seeds to all over with wonderful technology. And ferns are really old species in this world that we can see the oxygen behind it. And in all around, like Jamaica has already showed us with a wonderful scene, we have so many answers behind, like we have so many creatures there. And we can learn thermoregulate, manage sunlight, build structures, and support communities. And we can learn so many things from a fly and from a spider. And even the G's do not know the navigation. They don't use any navigation tool, but they know their way. So it's really big question to answer. And there are so many colors, and it has just one pigment that makes this whole structure, that makes this all colors. So is it possible to make dyes that we can learn from nature? And we are not the only animals that use tools. And as Einstein said, look deep into nature and then you will understand everything better. So there are so many examples from biomimicry, and like learning from nature is really the future of design, and design is the key for our future. And from the Global Eco-Village Network, it is really important to see in the whole system thinking with economy, ecology, social and cultural connections. And as the pollinators, I will ask you a question. If we understand and apply nature's chemistry, physics, mathematics, how would the world be to us? So if you can just write some answers from the chat for this question. Really understand and really apply. So we have that capability, we have that capacity. And we are the pollinators of design for this world. And for Design Science Studio, like spaces, they mentioned about the spaces architect the mind. Like the mind architects the spaces, but the spaces really architect our minds. So we are really responsible for our spaces. And what kind of a space would our living spaces and our world be with production methodologies compatible with our nature? Self-sufficient, waste-free, cycle, creating maximum efficiency with minimum materials. So as Bucky mentioned, like humanity has the option to become successful on our planet if we reorient world production away from weaponry, from clingry to livingry. Can we convince humanity in time? So we are all design scientists to do that. And for today, especially, I want to talk about the art, science, and eco-consciousness of the BioLearn project, and which is totally about the biomimicry for schools. And the BioLearn, I will send the link to you from the chat. And sorry. And it's really a community project that is from Magosva from Hungary, Wild Awake from England, Sever from Czech Republic, and from Slovakia, and Biomimicry NL from Netherlands. And they are totally based on like 10 years of education on ecologic education. And then they started to build up a project called BioLearn with the biomimicry experts and the Center for Learning with Nature from USA. So they make a project for schools. I have tech problem as well right now. So it's for the secondary schools is the first project, and then primary school is right now is going on, and we are designing biomimicry days. And right now in the secondary school project, I had also trying to implement this BioLearn project into Turkey. And there are universal manuals that we can learn, and it is really non-aged system as well. And there are modules that explain about the biomimicries and evolution wheels, and introduction modules like biomimicry principles and introducing biomimicry, marvelous models, big biomimicry challenge. And also there are other modules like water everywhere, packaging and health, and cooperative problem solving, natural economy, adaptation to climate change, water management in a city, plant protection. And there is also teacher training guide, which is really giving so many so many clues for biomimicry understanding. And they are also doing, have also provided for the primary schools, which is also amazing tool. So we are not going to be able to operate our spaceship Earth successfully, nor for much longer, unless we see it as a whole spaceship and our fate as common. It has to be everybody or nobody. So we are here to do so many things. So this is one project that I would love to share with all of you in Design Science Studio. And I hope you can go through this website, and to feel the unity, all parts need to feel the wholeness as well. So community is the project. So we are all for one.
Thank you, Melody. That was beautiful. Sorry, there's a motorbike passing by my house. That was beautiful. Thank you so much. Let me hand off the mic, the baton of hosting to Shelvanaya, who's gonna take it on from here. Thank you, Sir Shelvanaya. Thank you, Melody, for being here.
Thank you, Pablo. And thank
Hi.
you all. Is there any questions, anything?
Great. Thank you, Melody. You can hear me okay, yeah?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much. That was beautiful. So let us move on to I believe it's going to be a video with Renee Lertzman called Becoming Guides. Renee, oh, hang on one second. Let me just intro Renee for us all. Renee Lertzman teaches psychology of environmental education and communication. Hang on one second, let me just double check. Yeah, okay. Yes, okay, sorry. Technical difficulties. Sure. All right, so Renee teaches psychology of environmental education and communication in the MA program at Royal Roads University, British Columbia, Canada, and is a psychosocial researcher. She has a PhD in psychosocial studies from Cardiff University in the UK and actively speaks and teaches internationally. This is Becoming Guides.
Hello, lovely people. I'm really excited to spend a few minutes with you all, just sharing some ways of thinking about and approaching the work that we're here to do together. So my name is Renee Lertzman, and I happen to be in Portland, Oregon at this precise moment. Normally, I'm based in the Bay Area. And what I want to spend some time talking with you about is how I approach this work that is bringing this community together through the lens of psychology, and specifically a way of looking at what it means to do change work when we apply what we actually know about human psyche. So, for example, what we know from neuroscience, what we know from psychodynamic therapy, what we know from trauma-informed therapy, what we know from those of you who are familiar with psychoanalytic research, object relations, and all of that, all of these ways of approaching and looking at how humans relate with charged, potentially overwhelming, kind of big existential topics and issues is pretty consistent. And what I've noticed in the regenerative space, if I were to just kind of generalize, is that there's such a power and there's such an opportunity to begin to apply some of these insights and in a lot of cases, evidence-based research that really can support what we're doing to be exponentially even more effective. And I think if I were to summarize kind of what the essence of that is, the essence of that is really appreciating how whatever it is that you are working on, whether it's food system change, whether it's climate tech, whether it's data, visualizing data, storytelling, narrative work, community kind of circle work, group work. But what I'm really highlighting here is whatever dimension of the work that we are addressing often has another side to it that we can often overlook in our urgency and in our excitement and in our drive. We can overlook some of these absolutely critical dimensions of how people are relating and engaging and responding. So what I'm going to spend the next several minutes with you doing is walking you through some ways of looking at this, sharing with you a couple of frameworks that I've developed over the years, and seeing how it resonates and if it makes sense for you. All right. Are you ready? Let's go. So I'm going to share my slides here. Okay. So I always start anything I'm doing with this quote from my colleague and friend, Amy Edmondson. If you're not familiar with her work, it's really powerful. And again, not very well known in the climate regenerative space, as are a lot of important work that has more to do with organizational change work and leadership development. Amy has a new book out, which is called Right Kind of Wrong, which looks at our relationship with failure. And it's really, really good. But I'm invoking this quote from Amy because it's an invitation to have humility. So she says, it's hard to learn if you already know. It's just so simple. But when I heard her say this, I just really grabbed hold of it because it's an invitation for those of us who I think often working on change feel like we have to kind of hold on to our sense of what we know. And often we have to, because we're engaging with maybe diverse community stakeholders, we have to kind of show up as like, I got this. And what she's saying is, it's hard to learn new ways of being, thinking, relating, acting, and so forth if you think you already know. So I'm going to invite you to take the next 5 minutes and just see if we can open up our minds a bit. So I received a grant a few years ago from a foundation, KR Foundation, to get going an experiment, an initiative called Project Inside Out. And the mission is to enable leaders, organizations, and advocates to become effective guides for positive planetary transformation through the power of psychology and social science. And you're going to find out in a few minutes why I'm emphasizing the term guiding. The vision is a diverse and global community of change makers working to guide individuals, organizations, and governments towards regenerative planetary action. Now, what I've been doing in service of this is creating some tools and frameworks to invite reflection on how are we showing up in this work, and are we being attuned to what concerns, anxieties, needs, and so forth of the many, 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 many stakeholders and partners and collaborators that we need to be working with. So really this comes down to attunement. I imagine many of you are familiar with this concept of attunement. It's been around for a long time. It's very established in the clinical world and in the neuropsych world and neuroscience world. So if you pick up any kind of book around, frankly, what enables, psychotherapy and healing work to be effective, often you'll see, well, people need to feel attuned with. And if you're a practicing psychotherapist or a healer or social worker, again, it comes down to how effective are you at being attuned. Now, I really want to emphasize this because in my experience working with groups and founders and startups and organizations around the world who are really, really driven, is that it's actually very hard to be attuned when you're driving a change campaign. So this is the real paradox of our work. It's hard to be attuned when you have an agenda. Okay, so I just want to name that it's putting us in a very, I think, a creative tension of how do we, drive and move forward the various initiatives and education and all of that we're doing while staying attuned with the people and the concerns and maybe beliefs and perspectives that resonate with, or we don't think are valid, and so forth. So it's actually really it's a creative tension. So one of the tools I've developed is this prompt around inviting people to reflect on what kind of change maker are you? Now, this is obviously very simple, it's very broad, so I'm not saying that there aren't nuances here and that we don't need all of these ways of being. But again, the intention is to invoke reflection, which, by the way, is a superpower of being a guide. A guide knows how to invoke reflection and knows how to invoke from others what it is that they want to do, feel like doing, and so forth. So I'm going to run through this very quickly because I have just a few minutes with you. Okay. So I'm just going to set my timer again. Okay, here we go. So there's kind of these dominant types of kind of orientations that we find, and see if any of these resonate with you. I actually have a game, this really fun game I do with cards where we get to role play and kind of have fun with it. So cheerleading is where you feel like you have to keep things really positive, really upbeat and inspiring all the time. It's kind of a bit of a fixation on, you know, positivity. Writing is the moralizing why something is the right thing to do. So if you don't do this, this is what's going to happen. So this is why it's the right thing to do. And it tends to have that energy of this kind of finger pointing at people. And then we have educator, which is I'm going to inform you, I'm going to educate you, I'm going to raise awareness about what's happening in the hopes that if I do that, you will come around, you will feel excited, you will learn, you will, you know, somehow change and transformation will happen. Now, these ways of being, we need all of them, but when it's just mainly one of these modes, it's not relational. It's not about relationship. It's about pushing ourselves and pushing something, even if it's really, you know, really sexy and cool and positive, and it still has that element. It's not relational. And so what I'm inviting us to step into is, what does it mean and feel like to be a guide? And I use the terminology of guiding very intentionally because a lot of my work is drawing from the research of motivational interviewing, which I don't particularly like the name of the field because I don't like to talk about motivation ever. But the methodology in the public health space, it's a whole domain called motivational interviewing, or MI. And I draw a lot of that, and I've been working on translating that for people working on big systemic change. And they talk a lot about what it means to be a guide and guide people through change. And the fundamental kind of superpower and skill set of guiding, it's very complex and it takes a lot of work and training. So it's not something you just kind of do. But the essence of guiding is that you see your role primarily as a partner in the journey. You spend a lot of time asking questions and listening, and you offer your expertise and your information in the context of relationship and dialogue. So this is actually really important because it's considered really kind of fundamental when you are working with people around big change work, which is to ask permission is good before offering a lot of information. So would you like to learn more about this? You know, would it be okay if I shared this? And you can do this in all kinds of creative ways. This is a creative community. So I'm fascinated to see what you might do with this, because it's not just a one-on-one. It's like, it can be translated and rendered in all kinds of messaging, campaigns, that kind of thing. I think what really matters is that we inhabit a spirit and a sensibility of being a guide, which then forces us to have to reflect on ourselves, and it forces us to have to look at our own frustration or sense of urgency, and how are we maybe covering that up or bypassing what we're experiencing by a tendency to be either that cheerleader, educator, or writer. Now, the other framework that I use that's really powerful is inviting people to sense into what the 3 A's might be for people in relation to what it is you're working on. And that is anxiety. What anxieties might your amazing, exciting, powerful solution or initiative bring up? What ambivalence? This is actually the most important piece. What conflicts where people feel pulled in dilemmas? They feel pulled in double binds, like, well, I want to do that, but I'm worried about X, Y, and Z. And then there's the aspiration. So what are people deeply aspiring for? And you know what? Like, we know already so much about human beings. It's not rocket science. What we aspire for, we want to be connected, belonging, you know, safe, loved, valued, appreciated, acknowledged, respected. We want a beautiful, healthy planet. So it's so important to take these 3 A's and replace whatever kind of assumptions you might be making about people who are not on the same wavelength, like, oh, you know, writing them off, they don't care, you know, greedy, this, that. But take a moment and really tune in to what are these 3 A's. The capacity for change exists in the context of safe and empathetic relationships with ourselves, each other, and the world. And the way to do that is you have to show up and model that you know, you have a sort of capacity to really hold and engage with highly diverse perspectives, even when it's hard for you and can be triggering for you. Like, you know, all of us have those moments when we, you know, go to the mall, or we, you know, we're at an airport or whatever, and we're just like, oh my God, like, wow, like humans, you know, how have we done this? It's really important to just, as a practice, continue to reflect on what are those 3 A's that might come up for people in response to the change that needs to happen in the world. So I'm going to just end on this note of these 5 guiding principles that, if we really apply these, change everything about the way we approach our change work. So it's kind of like a playbook, attuning to really understanding and tuning into your people, whoever that is for you. Reveal is, how do we tell the truth in a way that's compassionate? So how are we compassionate truth tellers? Convening is, how do you use whatever kind of resources you have, organization, platform, to bring people together and foster really productive interactions. So this is less talking at and more activating. And I'm aware of the irony that I'm basically talking at you without seeing you, but I'm not able to join you live. But I'm really inviting I mean, honestly, I feel like if you're an organization, you need to show up as a convener, like right now. Use your forum, use your platform, just like Chad did at the end of SF Climate Week, where he, you know, organized a convening. That's what I'm talking about here. There's so much hunger and need for that. Equipping people. So be a gardener, grow people, provide tools and resources, and sustain. So how do we keep this going? And how do we go outside of this like cycle of, you know, the next big push, whether that's this event or this launch or the, you know, targets and the goals, and, you know, obviously we need all of that. But how do we think more holistically about keeping it all going? And that goes back to guiding, because when we give people co-ownership, when we enlist people as partners and collaborators, we actually build the momentum. So it's not just sitting with this office of sustainability Like, we got this, we're doing this. No, you don't. Like, you need everyone. You need everyone to be part of what you're doing in some way or another. So that's the moment we're in. And I think it's a really powerful moment. It's a really exciting one. And it's also challenging. So, you know, when I came into this, I thought, okay, you know, I want to be a bit provocative, and basically suggest that it's great to be positive and exciting and sexy and, you know, all of that. Like, we need all of that good energy. And at the same time, we need to be really mindful of recognizing that what we're talking about are really, really profound issues about what it means to be human. We need safety for that. We need containers for that. We need spaces where, you know, it's okay to really just sense make. And I'm talking about across all kinds of communities and regions in the world. So that's what I have for you. Thank you if you've been following me this far. If you want to learn more, you can contact me directly. ReneeLertzman.com is my website. And then Project Inside Out is projectinsideout.net. And I'm actually looking into ways of developing this work and bringing it out more to the change-making community. So if anyone has thoughts or ideas, feel free to get in touch. Have a great event. And I really look forward to seeing you in the future.
All right. Thank you, Renee. And that was really, really beautiful. I love the sort of inclusion of sort of the awareness that this is a video, not here. It's sort of like being that guy in different contexts of technology and ways of connecting. I liked that very much. So next up. All right, so next up, we have Dr. Slow, aka Dr. Sudeep Motupalli Rao, chemical engineer, biomimetic life scientist, to design our environment together in harmony for beauty and life. And the name of this session is, Does Beauty Have Gravity? Is Love a Fluid? Take it away.
Thank you, Shabanaya. Wow. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Wow. 5 minutes past 3. Wow. We're almost about an hour past our schedule. Thank you so much. This has been an amazing journey for all of us. And it's like when the submarine is about to go out, the brand new submarine. Maybe it's nuclear, maybe it's solar, maybe it's fusion. Maybe it is just hydraulic, maybe it is bubble, maybe it's pneumatic, maybe it's capillary. Maybe it's just a stingray. Maybe it's just the whip of a tail. Maybe it is that je ne sais quoi. So, come with me on a journey, my dear friends. I hope you can hear me well. Yes. Can I get at least one person? Okay. We have 18 minutes using TED Talk as a template. Okay. This guy's going to make noise. This guy's going to make some noise. Nina Simone, you should imagine her, Nina Simone, right there. The soul crushing aspect of that, letting that soul come out like the Hawaiian volcano, the lava is coming out. Run, no need, we can surf the lava. We have the surfboards that work on thermal differences. Potential differences, everything works in the world. Everything. Work with me, ladies and gentlemen. Come with me. Come with me on a journey. Come with me on a journey. We have a lot to do. We have a lot to do, but guess what? There are tremendous resources. If light can go so fast, and if our imagination can transcend light by many orders of magnitude, 10 to the power x and 10 to the power infinity, that's our imagination. We are anchored in this moment for now. Let's say, for example, be with me, arrive. Let's see. Are you there? Are you there, my friend? Ancient cultures. 5,000 years. That's a drop in the bucket of time, ladies and gentlemen. Today, it was Mother's Day. Amma! Neelam Subbarao garu, grandfather on mother's side. Neelam Subbarao garu, nobleman, not from some Prince Charles, Harry Potter, Meghan Markle. No. Nobility of character. Restraining ourselves. Exercising restraint. Ardha Shakti. Self-control. Is it ahimsa, really? Ahimsa, violence. Ahimsa, non-violence. Is it really non-violence? Is it really peace? Let's go back in time. A few decades, a few centuries. In place. Sounds. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you stories from a faraway world. As we beckon the launch of this beautiful new world, allow me to introduce you to the land of Sunandlo. This takes me back from Ojai, where I am. Ojai, O-J-A-I. Look to the northeast and you will see Chiefs Peak. Where the ancestors of Julia Stensley Thomas are resting on the mountaintops. Side profile, the chief rests. The Chiefs Peak is on the mountain, allowing us to speak. Allow me to have a little bit of this Sununglo, which is a sandball, which my darling mother Jayamma Jaya in Vijayawada and my sister Ruth Chelkamma have made. The palate. When we are at the beach next time, let us roll on the sand. Let us discover love with a grain of sand. The next time we inhale the rose, observe the rose wrapping its arms around your hair, pulling it, your entire being, into its black hole of beauty. Ladies and gentlemen, today, for the first time ever, debuting for the first time in the whole world, never before, you are privy. Those of you who are present, how many? 22 and many more are privy to this beautiful moment in time as we mark practicing some of this. Thanking people who provided voltage checking devices. I'm grateful to be here. Thanks to Francis Vince C, S-E-E. He shared with me how for many decades he had challenges, but when I met him, he was a beautiful man. He helped me out. I asked him, do you have family? He said, oh, I don't because of who I am. And I said, Francis, thank you for giving me a jump start. And before him, Mike Midday. So, ladies and gentlemen, today, the 22 of you and many, many more millennia over time are going to discover a new way of immersing ourselves into time. We have the capacity to go back in time, to go forward in time, to expand ourselves because we are formless. Most of us is just void. We are just an apparition. Calling Neil deGrasse Tyson, NDT, Ohio, Oak Grove School, calling Neil deGrasse Tyson. Can you please show up? Thank you. All right. We're going to have a conversation about time. We're going to have a conversation about presence, about gravity, about smells, olfactory. Today, I am delighted to invite you to experience the olfactory mnemonic memory, not just any olfactory where the nose and the mind relive the moment, relationships, the childhood relationships, climbing that tree with that little tangy fruit, that star fruit, that friendship, the borrowing, the give and take, the experiential, the relationships, happy, the joyful state, RH, E, experiential, O, olfactory, mnemonic memory. Riom is our way of locking in tight and allowing ourselves to swim in the ocean of humanity. And every time we meet, let us dive into the human being. Let us allow not anyone to escape. For what is the point? Fibers. Fibers that have come from sequestering carbon. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. A lentil-based something to eat has some proteins, CO and H2, and cellulose, cotton. Fibers that have come out and said, come pick me, whether you are a slave or whether you are a servant, whether you are bonded or whether you are picking your own crop. Come take me, pick me, spin me, and gain freedom for your nation. There is resources all over us for us. The world is our oyster, literally. There are tremendous resources, ladies and gentlemen. We have at our disposal so many resources. Growing our own, just a seed, and everything else comes on. Observing, pausing, and in the drop of a hat, allowing all thought to cease so that it is pure observation. And in that observation, there is trust, like the boy jumping off the cliffs in Mexico. Just forward, full of courage. asking the ocean to envelop in totality. I remember seeing the pictures of the men and women who dropped off the 9/11 towers, dropping like torpedoes. What did it take? Why are we insulated from the realities of what is going on? Why should we insulate ourselves from the reality? No, we can handle it. We can wrestle with it. If we can't wrestle with it, then we got to do something about it. Those that seek to hide it away, we ask them, show us the brutality of it all, so our humanity can be challenged by it. So our humanity can be arrested in the grossness of that. For that, as I have a few minutes. Where is she? Where is she? Where is she? Where is she? Ursula K. Le Guin. She interpreted the Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching. Please, my ladies and gentlemen, somebody write it in Russian, somebody write it in Arabic, somebody write it in Hebrew. Send it out, mail letters to these people who are out there. Netanyahu, not my hero. Come on, sir. Mr. Putin, we will support you when the Judo Association gives you back your judo membership. Not making war. A Taoist wouldn't advise a ruler to use force of arms for conquest. That tactic backfires. When the army marched, grow thorns and thistles. After the war, come the bad harvest. Good leaders prosper, that's all. Not presuming on victory. They prosper without boasting or domineering or arrogance. Prosper because they can't help it. Prosper without violence. Things flourish, then perish. Not the way. The way. What's not the way soon ends. Caution from thousands of years ago. Where is the anguish? Where is the conscience from all of the billion-plus people of China and Taiwan and Hong Kong? And where is the anguish of a nation that doesn't seem to have ever invaded? Yes, let India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Sri Lanka and everyone go and challenge. Let the Pope walk to Ukraine. Let the children of the world walk. Against war. Even the best weapon is an unhappy tool, hateful to living things, so the follower of the way stays away from it. Weapons are unhappy tools, not chosen by thoughtful people. They are to be used only when there is no choice and with a calm, still mind, without enjoyment. To enjoy using weapons is to enjoy killing people. And to enjoy killing people is to lose your share in the common good. It is right that the murder of many people be mourned and lamented. It is right that a victor in war be received with funeral ceremonies. I took time away today because we have joy, but why sadness? Why war? So it is on us. It is on us to embrace regenerative, to embrace, to examine what we are doing. Every time you wash, every time you allow your footprint to land in the pathways of time, as we are going, we are leaving behind a three-dimensional, multi-dimensional stink. In premature mortality and preventable morbidity. In other words, we will all die. But why do it so early? And if you don't need to break a leg, why break a leg? Yes, we can manage. Yes, we will get stronger. Anything that doesn't kill you makes you stronger. But let us be smart about it. Malia, Sasha, you're welcome to Ojai. Come. That's just cafe. Okay, use best nature products, okay? Nature products, clean well technologies, time. Nature's got a bunch of stuff on it. Okay, land. Anybody who wants to go on a caravan, let's rock and roll. Come on down. Show interest. Join us. Sequoia, named after the tree. Is that a sequoia or a sequoia? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. With this, I say adios. But oh no, adios. Au revoir. Join me for a few seconds, ladies and gentlemen. May I, Chevalnaya? May I?
Yes.
May I take you to Madonna Inn near San Luis Obispo and book everyone here and in the future one of those beautiful rooms. Or let's get the Red Vic in San Francisco back. Let sunshine, rain. The aesthetics of beauty. The aesthetics of beauty. They have a compass. Just like somebody calling now. Somebody calling now. Give me all the family of life. I invite you to Ojai in Ventura County, 30 miles inland from Santa Barbara. You can say hi to Lilibet and Archie and Megan and Harry and Montecito. No, says Amy Winehouse. Come make origami. Come, let's play karaoke. Let's make ropes. Let's make bridges. That's the sign that says the time is up. And jump into the Niagara.
There it is. Yeah.
And open and sample the drops from the Niagara. Drink from the Niagara. That entire momentum of Niagara is with us. And with that, the kitchen timer says, thank you from my friends. There are many journeys to be had. I welcome you to a cup of Ojai Agni Chai. Agni. Spontaneous combustion. No internal combustion. Spontaneous SC. Those are the engines we're going to have in the future. Please, oil, gas, they're good stuff. Let's save it for the future. Plastic, not bad. We need the stuff. We need to have neuroplasticity. We need to be flexible. Let us be open. Let us be smart and sensible. I then take some from my Ciclo, ciclotextiles.com. Check it out. We've given a chance for those multi-dimensional polluting tails to actually wither off like an umbilical cord so that we leave no footprint. Wouldn't you rather leave no footprint?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we gotta give room for me. What?
And regenerosity.com, ledgeyouth.com. Come, donate, give. Molto bene. Mil grazie mille. Shukriya, dhanyawad. Namaste. There's a lot more. Of course, this is just the beginning.
Of course. Do me a favor, Sudeep, and put those links in the chat, yeah?
Oh, sí.
Grazie. Okay. Thank you. This was an experience, a journey. I loved it very much. Thank you.
Mango?
Yes, okay. All right. Well, I feel like I need to, there's a lot there. And a lot of people were called in during that experience. From Neil deGrasse Tyson all the way to Amy Winehouse. I could not have predicted that. So I love it. All right, next up, we have one of my favorite humans. Yes, even though we've only known each other, 8 months? Still, just rocketed up in the charts there. Anyway, Eve Rose. is a native of my birthplace, Portland, Oregon. Her passions include nerding out on creating rainbow-colored spreadsheets. Oh, I do love a good spreadsheet. Reading books for hours in nature. Spending time snuggling with her dire floof. Okay, I love that. She believes the strongest superpower is, can you guess it, everyone? Love. Capital L-O-V-E, love. All right, take it away, my dear.
Hi, Shelf and Naya. Thank you. You're also one of my favorite humans. Thank you for being weird and always willing to play with me. And thank you for introducing me. Today, I also have my good friend Nature joining. Nature, you want to say anything about yourself?
I'm here.
Yeah. A few minutes ago, I was like, Nature, let's go talk about community.
Yeah.
So,
in relation to the topic, I'm a nomadic community member because I travel around lots of communities, building spaces that are for community. So I have a lot of different communities that I interact with. So, and I love this conversation.
So perfect person to pull in on this. So I have some questions prepared, but what I would love is if anyone is willing to raise their hand, or also you don't have to come on camera. I also have shy streaks. So if you don't want to come on camera, you can just raise your hand or put it over in the chat. So I just want to start with the opening question of what is community? Do you have an answer to that?
Oh, I thought we'd let other people go first, but
we'll prepare them.
Prepare them.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that even myself, I have multiple definitions. I mean, of community, but to me, it's a group of people coming together to live together, or to create something that they can't create alone, or to do something that to be and to live together, I think is and to work together is community. But like, I think it would be in harmony, because I think you can have people, living together, and it's considered a community, or, they call it in corporate culture, they have a community, but there's not really a community happening there. They're just calling it a community or whatever, or they're throwing that word out. Like, my friend was just in Mexico in some resort in Tulum, where he was like, I want to do something for community. And it wasn't community, it was for the 1%ers. It was like drink 30 margaritas for $30, a table was $300. It's like, which community are we catering to here? So, I mean, everybody, I think, has a different definition depending on what their life experiences of community. But my experience of community is people coming together to live and be and work and play together.
Yeah, I like what you said about coming together for a purpose or a reason that you can't, that you're passionate about, but you can't succeed at unless you have other people.
Yeah,
I think that's a really, really great point. Shelvanai, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, talking about community is just one of my favorite pastimes, honestly, So yeah, I mean, I love Nature, what you said about how it depends on what your life experiences are, for sure. And having said that, I definitely have my own sort of answer to that. And it's honestly, we earlier, throughout this whole thing we've used the verb weaving, right? And I feel like part of it is this tapestry of, of time, right? Trans-temporal transmissions and connections and lineages, ancestors, those who are going to come after us, all woven together, right? Both within us and, and then when we connect with other folks, we sort of connect our own tapestry, if you will, with other people's, and they become stitched together in wild ways. Sometimes, it can be a little disruptive, and sometimes it can be, harmonious. It just, and sometimes both in a lot of ways, right?
Tyler's being cute in the chat.
What happened?
Being cute in the chat.
Ah, yes. Yes, there we go. Pod 11.
So for me, my project that I'm still working on creating is I'm going to be making a docu-series about different community living situations. Starting here in Oregon, well, I'm not in Oregon, I'm actually in California right now, but starting in Oregon, where I live, probably visiting Eugene, Oregon, and there's different areas around Portland, and just making short videos about how does community created, and what is the purpose, and like what has worked for these groups and what has also failed, because I often feel, at least this might be my take, and I would love to hear if anyone else has an opinion on this, that often when community is talked about in the media spotlight, it's through the lens of a cult. Like they like to throw the word cult out. It's not often that they're really providing examples of positive, thriving communities, and they are out there. And I think that if more people had the ability to see these examples, more people might actually realize, like, wow, living in community means that I'm more taken care of, like at any age of my life. Like there's a lot of support that comes through living through community. So my project that I will be working on over the next year is creating this docu-series. Yeah.
Quick question for you.
What?
I wonder this idea that, you know, that folks like to bring in the cult, right? Which, yeah, I wonder if part of that is a longing for a thing that isn't well understood necessarily, even though it's deeply within us. Like, you know, we're communal beings.
Yeah, we used to live in tribes. We used to be able to support each other. It's like when we had something, our tribe had it. When they had something, we had it. And now, I mean, if we're going to go into the history, we could go into the whole like agricultural history of when we started to put these lines across property, and believe that owning something for ours and for like we and ourselves was more important than for the actual like wider we. Yeah. So I just think it's really fascinating, and I really want to provide, as I'm calling it, the sexy alternative for people to realize. You like that? Yeah. For people to realize that there are different ways of living out there. You don't have to live by yourself. You don't have to think like it's a very, society has gotten very lonely, and I don't think it needs to be that way. And even if you're like, I don't want to live in a house with like 15 other people, that's just not my way. That's why they have tiny home communities where you can have your own personal space while still sharing it with others. So yeah, I'm just fascinated by how do we do this, and how do we support other people who might not have easy access to this kind of information to learn about it. Yeah.
That's a very good point. Yeah.
Does anybody else out there have something to say? Yeah. I'm gonna start calling on people that I know that are out. Tayo? Or I know Dennis always got something to say. Ian?
Should we move to the next question?
Yeah. Okay. Next question. So here, I'm gonna ask you this one because you said that you're nomad. Have you lived in any community living arrangements or community-based projects?
Yeah, a long time ago, I lived in Portland, actually. I lived at the Tryon Life Community Farm, which is on the edge near town, near Lewis and Clark College, and actually helped with the community save the farm from turning into a development. And it was one of the most beautiful times of my life, and challenging, but that's relationships in general. And basically you're entering in a relationship with like 15 people, you know, and committing to living together and being together and sharing resources. And that can get complicated. And I learned through that, you know, it wasn't the people, it was just more like the how to balance my own sovereignty with being a part of, you know, community. And I loved like all the people I lived with. But we didn't have really enough land for 50, we had 7 acres and 15 people on the acreage. And it was just like the community was always trying to take on more than it could. Like I always remember the one night that we went over our bullet point sheet of all the things the community want to do. There's like 10 of us in the room. There's like 80 bullet points on this sheet of what the community's goals and projects are, and it was just a headache. But there's still a thriving community. It's very transient. People still come and go from that community, but they're still there, but they're small scale. And I think that people have big ideas and dreams and visions of living in community, but I think that because we don't know really how to live in community, and the interpersonal dynamics of living with people is the #1 cause of failure, is like start small and grow, get a core of 4 to get along and live together, and then, you know, kind of grow out, you know, from there.
Yeah, that's a really great point. And actually, I grew up in the Tryon Creek Forest, so I know that community really, really well. Yeah. And I think that was a shining example growing up, knowing that that community was there on such a property that was close to me and also was very nature bound. Yeah. Tayo, I see you on film. Do you want to come on and say something? Yeah. Oh, you're muted. There you go, friend.
Hey.
Hi.
So we are talking about community, right?
What
Okay.
is community? Have you ever experienced community and what form? How to create it, if you got anything like that.
What I experienced, but I believe my belief is everyone can do, everyone is capable. So in a community, I mean, ideally, I want, people to support each other, but I don't want to incubate like energy vampires.
Yeah. No, it's true. That's totally fair.
Like people who have to be helped all the time. I want us, I want us to like always realize that we can do, like we have ability to do, we have ability to fulfill ourselves. Therefore, that fulfillment, when we become fulfilled, it's just gonna leak out that fulfillment. So therefore, it's just gonna we can effortlessly giving giving. We become givers effortlessly. So in terms of the community I'm happy to be with is that kind of effortless. Sheldon and I were talking about effortlessness a few days ago. Because we don't want to give from deficiency. It's too much work. So fulfill ourselves first. It's just gonna leak out naturally. That kind of effortless community.
For me, as we were talking about, that's something that kind of came up. It's like trusting someone else. There has to be trust in those that are you're sharing community with, to know that they have your interest, like your best interest in mind. And also like knowing that they're going to show up and that it's not going to be an energy vampire situation where it's just a take and take and take, where you're doing all the work, or it has to be an equally beneficial relationship with all community members to make it thrive. Or else that's where like the whole power shift thing happens, and that's often where you see a leader rise and then just take over the group, and that's not community. That's an example of power imbalance in my eyes. Like I think that's when we get closer to the cult fable. Do you do anything?
Part of what I heard, Tayo, and what you were saying was like a feedback, almost like a flow of energy between different folks. It's not simply a one way, or even however, like that it was a flow of energy that builds on itself. And if it works, right, then it's going to continue to bring everyone together towards this, fulfillment you were talking about, right? And nature
our
has
part is like we don't really create a project together.
Right. We did,
it's like we don't force anybody to do something. It's just our part is just happening. It's
able to exist.
It's there, alive.
Did you have something to say?
I just wanted to speaking to the fulfillment, or I was thinking about like sovereignty, and people like if people are fulfilled in their purpose, and I think if their cups are full, if they're feeling abundance of spirit in our lives, then they're naturally the natural inclination is to give that energy away, especially if you're living in a heart-centered, way. And so you just like in a relationship, you don't want two halves to make a whole, you want two wholes to make a bigger whole.
I like
right.
You know,
that.
right.
so it's just like people have to be like, I mean, there's a certain amount of self-sufficiency, but life is ultimately interdependent. You know, so I think that moving away from like this whole like, oh, I'm so independent. It's like nobody's actually independence actually is
That.
life is inherently interdependent. Everybody depends on everything. We depend on the elements every day to keep us alive, you know? So I think that, you know, but when people, you know, are there, I mean, there always is going to be a dance of balance. When you're feeling strong and prosperous, you're usually helping somebody else that's not feeling, you know, strong and prosperous or fulfilled, you know, and you're kind of in that dance together. You're always trying to like, everybody's passing the torch, or the seesaw is going back and forth in a community. But ultimately, if people aren't fulfilling themselves, like you're saying, you know, then they're looking outside of themselves for fulfillment, and that's when like energy or power imbalances can happen in a community, or resentment because you're doing all the work and other people aren't, you know, and they're not contributing, you know, and that's a lot of the issues that communities deal with all the time.
It's like empowering someone to know that they have the ability to take care of themselves and do so well at that they can then have something to provide outside of themselves. And I really like what you said about it's not two halves creating a whole, it's two wholes creating a bigger whole. Yeah, I like that. Pablo, you have anything to add? We're talking about community. I'm just gonna keep popping people up here. This is happening. We're gonna have so many friends.
Well, I love what you say about kind of where, you know, it's like not the half orange, you know, this whole mythos of the love, and the other one that we're gonna meet the la media naranja, you know, but we are each like integral selves, and then when we meet with another, a third is created. 1 + 1 = 3 in sex. In
+1 = 3. I like your math. I totally agree.
So I think that there's a lot there, and then the dialogue, no, when you have dialogue, when you have you know, the capacity to bring something forth, when you're open-minded and you're kind of wanting to so I love what you guys are on about. I went out for lunch, so I'm a bit like
I know, I saw you pop up. I was like, Pablo's joining our conversation now too. All the friends. So we have about 9 minutes left. Are there any tips for those of us that have like been in community? Like, what are some tips for people who might not know community or how to create it? How can they do that? And feel free to.
I mean, I would throw out sort of letting go of whatever preconceived notions you have of what that looks like. And I'd extend that even farther. You know, nature, you were talking about, you were describing an experience I know quite well, which is where folks sort of, there's this imbalance, right, in terms of the work that needs to be done. So kind of throwing that out too, like, you know, that yes, obviously there are things that need to happen so that we can sustain our lives. But like, instead of making a chore chart, like, let's talk about like what's underneath the chore chart, right? Like, what is it that we want to clean house, right? We want to clean house. We want to know where to find the spoons and the measuring cups, right? Like, you know, basic stuff. And when you get down to the core of it, you know, like, why do we want to be in community? We want somebody to see us. We want somebody to be able to talk to. We want someone who's going to notice when we're depressed and like not leaving our house. Like, hey, what's going on? You know? So
yeah,
I could say so much more, but I'll open up the space to my community.
Yeah.
Because the statistic that's always stuck out to me was that 9 out of 10 intentional communities fail because of interpersonal dynamics. And I've always been more of a social permaculturist because I'm not land-based permaculture. I'm always dealing with growing people and being with people. And it's like, well, how do we relate and be together? And it's like, if you don't have a good relationship with yourself, if you don't love yourself, then how are you going to love living with other people? That's going to be pretty tough. And then people are just going to reflect that back to you. The universe is just going to reflect back to you that you're not, loving yourself, you're not communicating well, you're not stating your needs, your wants, your desires, your boundaries, which are all things that you need to be able to navigate. You need to know how to communicate. You need to know your boundaries, because you don't want to be overgiving, and you want to have, you need your time, and you want to be able to give, and you got to be able to discern and figure that out for yourself, because nobody else can figure that out for you, really. But it's just like, how can, so the main practice is being together, and having being and being able to be open, because we live in a world where we need to protect ourselves and protect our hearts. So getting to a place of knowing and trusting the people, that so I can be vulnerable, I can be myself, I can be intimate with you, not necessarily physically. There's whatever spectrum of intimacy, emotional intimacy, intellectual intimacy, sharing, because we want to share deep thoughts and experiences with people as part of community. And in order to get to those deep places, you need to practice being together and doing things that build team building, the things that build trust, things that build communication, character, and build bonds. Because you were talking about weaving, we're trying to weave it, it's not going to stick together if it's not tightly woven. But the tight weave takes many threads over and over and over, and that's of coming together to do things together or be together over and over. And that's why a lot of communities revolve around the events that they're having, and those events are like your practice style for how we do life together.
That's a really, really good point. Yeah, I think that also, like, knowing that you're safe, that it's okay to be vulnerable. Because so often in society we're taught that vulnerability is a weakness, which I strongly disagree with. I think vulnerability is one of the strongest things that someone can do, but you need to know that you're in a safe space to share that. So when you're having that bad day, you don't have to feel like you have to hide it. You can show it to someone and know that they'll hold it with you. Yeah. Any other tips out there? We got 5 minutes. And also, if anyone wants to, go for it.
I think Tayo wanted to speak, so I'll let Tayo go.
Okay.
Focus yourself, I guess. Means, just be as you are, then you can let others be as they are as well. If you can't be as yourself, then when you look outside, then they're not doing they're not making effort as I do, that kind of stuff you start to think about. But if you really focus on yourself, then you can let others just be. You have love towards yourself, then naturally you can see others through compassion, without judgment as well. So
Closing remarks, Pablo?
No, I wanted to say that something that has helped me bridge communities kind of locally has been kind of coming from the wanting to meet new people, or wanting to meet, but perhaps not in the normal spaces that people often go to meet people, which are like bars and clubs and going partying. But like, if you create a container, for example, for me, it was a drawing club that I created. So like, people would come, and we would take turns kind of getting naked, drawing each other. And people would love to come, and it was just like a very interesting way to meet people outside, of kind of the realm of alcohol and partying and that type of thing. And also like organizing yoga or walks or things that perhaps are and then there's kind of a certain kind of self-censoring filter of the type of people that come are already kind of aligned with kind of this vision, like people that like to trek, people that like to do yoga, people that like to draw. So these kinds of environments have been really interesting to build communities and connect with new people that I would have not known otherwise, because either they're in different social circles, or they're shy, or they're whatever reason. So I think that kind of that proactive thing of like, hey, that would be kind of fun to do. Why don't I organize it? And then and sometimes a lot of times people don't show up. but
I think that's
what they do is great.
a great resource for anyone that's listening, that's interested in like trying out community and not quite ready to create their own intentional community, is a website called meetup.com. It has a bunch of different groups, kind of like what Pablo was talking about, where if you're nerdy about sci-fi books, go meet other people who are nerdy about that. There's ways to connect about like your passions with people who might also be, and it's a great way to like safely practice instead of like, I'm gonna go buy a piece of property and we're moving 15 people out and it's totally gonna work. You know, take those baby steps to build, like nature was saying, find those 4, and then from those 4, when that works, keep building it.
Or whatever it is. Like I'm a part of the ecstatic dance community in Nevada City, and I volunteer there regularly when I'm in town and stuff. And it's just like, it's one of the easiest things to create community around a common interest, obviously, you know, whether that's dance or art or drawing or yoga, or, you know, and then you have and that's generally how, you know, communities, you know, grow and function anyway. And then the ones that I see that are most successful around the world are ones that have a core practices, you know, mostly spiritual practices, that because they have that structure and so system in place, and they're like, we all do this together and it works so that we can stay well and balanced, and then their communities end up thriving, you know.
Well, thank you, my friends, for joining me spontaneously and talking about community. And I think this is a great example. Everybody on the screen is a part of this. Well, we are now retired, but was a part of the most recent cohort. And I think like we're, you know, internet communities are a thing as well. So yeah, I love all of you. Okay, I'm going to pass it back to Shelfenaya now. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Right on. Thank you. Thank you. I love that discussion was also the answer to the questions that you were asking. Well done. All right, so next up we have Nadim Hamdan. Hang on one second. The Quantum Karmic Multiverse book. It's a presentation about this book. And let's see, Nadim is a reality designer and life artist writing a book to help holistic regeneration. And this is going to be a video. So I will put some links in the chat as well.
Hold on, a little bit of technical difficulties. We'll be right with you. One moment.
And co-creators. Hello, beautiful sisters and brothers, fellow designers and co-creators. My name is Nadim, and today I would love to invite you on a journey through the quantum karmic multiverse. Now, it's a book that I have co-created together with the universe and with beautiful people like you who I met on my journey, studying the design. And this book holds keys that can help us to find the brush to create in the quantum realm with infinite possibilities, and how it is connected to the karmic structure. And this book invites us for looking into how the multiverse gets created through the quantum karmic connection. So basically, the book is, if you look here, merging quantum physics and spirituality in a color artful self-help book, highlighting consciousness, free will and destiny, focusing on shaping personal realities. And this book is available for you for free if you just go on the website karmicmultiverse.org, karmicmultiverse.org all together, and you click on the book here. It will open up for you and you can start reading through it, and it's an invitation from me to you to co-create together, because I'm looking for people who are holding the same keys I am fortunate now and lucky to hold, and then together we can start co-create. So when you go through the book, at the end there is an invitation how you can start co-creating with other designers, conscious co-creators, in a shamanic and yogic way. Now, if you so desire, you can buy the book as well as an ebook or as a paperback, a print, and the revenue there goes to the regenerative movement to help regenerating our beautiful Mother Earth. And yeah, I wanna voice out my gratitude to the Design Science Studio for the amazing work they are doing, and for them knowing how important the design thinking is and the science of design. And the book is, if you look at the online store of Amazon, it says it's only 2 to 3 hours read. So it's not long and there is not so much text. They really got a lot of assistance and support to reduce the amount of text into the minimum. And there is more art, poetry, and pictures inside. I really hope you enjoy it, and that we, at some point, our paths come together and we start co-creating a world that our hearts know is possible. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart.
All right, all right. Thank you, Nadim. That's the quantum karmic multiverse. All right, thank you, thank you. All right, next up we have, I do believe, Melissa Lockwood. And Melissa Lockwood is a multimedia artist focused on raising awareness about fashion industry waste and its impact on global warming. Okay. And rising sea level. She created a method to lower fashion industry pattern area waste fabrics globally. And this video, the need to inform, well, I think it's called Need to Inform Sea Level Rise. All right, there we go. Go ahead. Yep.
We have been changing the chemical composition of Earth's oceans, atmosphere, the wind, ocean currents, the ice caps, and other factors that contribute to Earth's climate. These shifts in rainfall, temperature, sea level, and more can alter entire landscapes and severely disrupt the ability of organisms and ecosystems to function. Through the use of fossil fuels, we are simulating a natural disaster, like an asteroid hitting the planet or major volcanic eruptions that would alter our atmosphere, causing climate change severe enough to cause planetary extinction, and then the genesis of new species and environments on Earth. As to NASA's JPL satellites research focused on sea level rise, it has been determined that the sea levels are rising, and as a planet, we need to learn to journey toward a future where the sea levels will be many feet higher than today. What has been set in motion in global warming is not quickly reversed, and the impending sea level rises cannot be stopped in the near future. But when we stop creating polluting emissions, we can reverse climate change and begin to stop sea level rise and its damage. By changing what we do now, by reducing the use of fossil fuels and other greenhouse emission-causing substances, we can slow and stop the changes, so the Earth can recalibrate without a major planetary reset that would cause mass extinction.
Okay, great. And I do believe we have a second video, yes? Luxury waste fabrics, Melissa? The images Melissa made are of luxury fabric waste, which along with fast fashion creates pollution, and we need to lower the waste to help our planet recover from global warming. Give a second. All right, thank you, thank you. That's Melissa Lockwood, and now we have something very, very exciting coming up here. Hang on one second. Okay, so we have Laura Beltran Villamizar, otherwise known as Lola Villa, is an intersectional artist and activist using nature as her muse. All right, we have a set with Lola. There's Lola here. Well, perhaps not.
Yes.
Yeah?
Sylvanette, Eve just sent you a message. Check your messages.
Right on. Will do. Just a second. Hang on one second. All right, it is a video. Enjoy. Apologies, it will be just, hang on one second. All right, I have returned. So, Melissa is coming, but hang on one second. So thank you everyone for coming. We thank you for tuning in, and we're actually going to transition to a dance party, to a celebration. I mean, the whole thing has been a kind of celebration, but now we're going to dance, right? So that's going to, when Lola's music is going to come up. And so we're about to, for those of you out there watching the live stream, first of all, thank you, right? You are part of this community. You're part of this experience that we all co-created. So thank you for being there. And obviously anyone can watch it later on. So we're actually going to close the live stream shortly. And the Regenerating is going to continue for the next few days, full days in San Francisco. So if you're headed there, you know, everyone there will be delighted to see you. Otherwise, there is going to continue to be live streamed content. So check the website for that information. And yeah, like I said, thank you for coming. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for participating and including your energy and your presence to this experience, to Regenerating, to the floating city. Yes, thank you.